I'd like to call this special council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, Your Worship, with the exception of Councillor Butler.
Thank you. I'm going to hold the land acknowledgement and the announcements until the council and committee meeting. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with respect to the items on the special council agenda? There being none, Councillor Noyes, you have a resolution for us to move into closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that council will now hold a closed session meeting at 5:34 p.m. to consider the following. Pursuant to Section 239 in brackets 2 in brackets C of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board regarding sale of 271 Ridgeway Road, and B, pursuant to Section 239 in brackets 2 in brackets B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, are a Chief Administrative Officer performance evaluation.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. I want to call this special council meeting back into session. Councillor Zanko, you have a resolution that we rise and reconvene from closed session.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 6:19 p.m. with respect to the following items. Item A, sale of 271 Ridgeway Road, that staff rise with report to proceed as directed. Item B, Chief Administrative Officer, performance evaluation, that we rise with report, that staff proceed as directed.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Dubanow, you have the motion to adjourn the special council meeting.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council adjourns at 6:19 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on August 22nd, 2022.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Okay, so we're going to, I'm going to call the council and committee meeting to order now at 6:20. And I want to acknowledge, as we proceed, that the land that we're located on, where we're holding this meeting, is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to occupy this area and live in our community and adds to its richness in community life. I also want to comment that we have a joint obligation, the Indigenous community and those who are not Indigenous, to share the bounty of this land and to be good stewards of our land. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, Your Worship.
I have several announcements, and the first announcement that I wanted to make was in connection with a false piece of information that showed up on maybe the town's, not the town, someplace on Facebook that the town was alerted to, that there might be a public meeting this evening about the Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School. If anybody's here for that meeting, there is no public meeting about the Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School land. There are two public meetings this evening relative to properties located on Garrison Road. There is one addendum this evening, and that relates to some changes to report CAO 14-2022 relative to staffing composition. There was a refinement of some of the numbers in the report relative to proposed staffing additions. In terms of announcements, there's going to be a long agenda this evening, but I do have some announcements that I want to make before we proceed, and they're as follows. The first relates to the Canada Summer Games. In support of the 2022 Canada Summer Games taking place in Niagara, Fort Erie's 13 for 13 cultural event in association with Nova Scotia, with whom we have been partnered, will celebrate the history, arts, culture, food, music, sports, and Indigenous and Francophone heritage of both Fort Erie and Nova Scotia. Historic tours, Indigenous programming, Nova Scotia-themed dancing, piping, and drumming, food and music will be offered. That all starts on Friday, August the 12th, this Friday, at 3 p.m. at the Old Fort. There are arrangements with respect to transportation to that site, so I would urge all of you to take a look at the Town of Fort Erie website or our social media. Aside from local bands, there will be a concert by the Trews, Canada's world-famous rock band and six-time Juno Award nominee. Please check out the Town of Fort Erie's website or Facebook page for details on how to get to the action. I would like to thank the town's Economic and Tourism Development Services team and the Niagara Parks Commission, as well as the Canada Summer Games team, for making this event possible in Fort Erie. With respect to the Urgent Care Center, I wanted to make a few comments in light of some recent developments. Since her appointment as president of Niagara Health, I have had frequent communications with Lynn Guerrero regarding our Urgent Care Center at Douglas Memorial and primary health care services in Fort Erie in general. A representative from the Niagara Health team sits on the town's Healthcare Services Advisory Committee, and Ms. Guerrero has presented at a couple of meetings of that committee in recent months to provide background to our members so that they have an understanding of what's happening at Niagara Health and at our Douglas Memorial Urgent Care Center. The town has offered its assistance to Niagara Health to avoid any closures of urgent care centers or emergency departments in Niagara, most particularly, obviously, our own urgent care center. Ms. Guerrero has been forthright in identifying challenges to Niagara Health in that regard, but has also outlined steps that Niagara Health is taking to try to navigate those challenges in order to keep emergency and urgent care available for all residents of Niagara. To that end, Niagara Health is doing a number of things to overcome staff shortages, unpredictable hospital needs, conflicting upper government policies, including deploying non-nursing to emergency departments and urgent cares centers where possible to lessen the strain on nurses, offering incentives to nurses to fill open shifts, bringing new nurses as they become available on board, redirecting emergency department patients to urgent care centers when appropriate. Ms. Guerrero and her staff have also worked with our committee and other health care providers to find more sustainable solutions to Fort Erie's long-term need for primary care, incidental health services, and most importantly, 24/7 urgent care. That work continues and is of the highest priority. I also wanted to make some comments about the American border issues and ArriveCAN. Mayor Diodati of Niagara Falls and I recently met, courtesy of MP Vance Badaway, with Federal Minister Marco Mendicino and representatives of Peace Bridge Authority to discuss ArriveCAN and the significant impact it is having on deterring cross-border travel by individuals and, coincidentally, a severe negative impact on border community businesses. While the minister stated that there is a need for from both a health and processing perspective to continue the ArriveCAN app, it is apparent that the process and associated testing are not meeting either objective. We've requested a meeting with the Federal Minister of Health, Yvonne Duclos, which we are awaiting. In the meantime, I've reached out to the Ontario border mayors with a view to engaging with the bridge authorities and any interested border chambers of commerce to participate in the bridge authority's intention to hire a government public relations firm to assist in the effort to have the federal government withdraw ArriveCAN or make it a voluntary as opposed to mandatory program. The longer ArriveCAN remains the protocol for travelers entering Canada at our land borders, the more frustrating and inconceivable the program and the federal government's insistence on sticking with it become. So there should be further news on that forthcoming. And then finally, I just wanted to point out that Councillors Dubanow and Noyes will be traveling to AMO. No, Butler. Councillors Butler, and that's what I had, and Dubanow. The annual conference is scheduled for Ottawa from August the 14th to 17th. We will be taking advantage of the opportunity to meet with Kinga Surma, the Minister of Infrastructure, and MPP Rick Byers, the Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Finance, as well as to connect with Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. These meetings will provide us with the ability to inform the ministers of activities taking place in Fort Erie, advise them of our success in aligning with provincial policies in a number of areas, and alert them to our needs as a municipality in order to provide the necessary services and infrastructure our growing community requires. We will be following up on those meetings and pursuing further meetings with the Minister of Health relative to our primary health care needs. That's it for announcements. Declarations of pecuniary interest, if any. There being none, there are no notices of upcoming public meetings, but we do have two public meetings this evening. And these public meetings are pursuant to the Planning Act. They are hybrid meetings in the sense that people can address council here in the council chamber, or they may address council through the digital facility that our staff is working on. If you are wanting to address council digitally, you need to make sure that you sign into the meeting, and our staff will be monitoring who's on the Zoom platform, and we will be requesting anyone who wishes to participate to notify our staff at the appropriate time. The general outlay of these meetings is that a staff member will provide us with background information relative to the public meeting, the subject of the public meeting, and then members of council will have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff member. Thereafter, the proponent of the application for the amendment of the official plan and the zoning bylaw will have an opportunity, or that person's agent, to address council, and again, council will have an opportunity to ask any questions that we wish. Thereafter, we will ask if there's anyone in the audience or on the digital platform if they wish to address council by supporting the application. And then after that, we'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to address council in opposition to the application, or who wishes to speak to and address council on aspects of the application that are of concern or interest. Thereafter, I will ask the clerk if we have received any late notifications by way of email or written correspondence relative to the matters, and she will read whatever needs to be read into the record in that regard. Once that's been completed, then we will move to the report aspect. So each of these public meetings is going to be followed immediately by the report, and council will deal with the information report at that time. That's a process whereby council will ask staff questions with respect to the applications, and will then make a determination regarding receipt of the report for information purposes only. That being said, the first public meeting is the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and draft plan of common elements condominium with respect to 315 and 350 Garrison Road. And the staff member who will be introducing that to us this evening is Ms. Mackenzie Cece. Good evening.
Good evening. I'll just take a moment to get set up. Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and residents. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of condominium for part of the lands municipally known as 315 and 0 to 350 Garrison Road. The owner is Vijay Kumar Patel of 2717041 Ontario, Inc., and the agent is Susan Smith of Quartet Group, Inc. The draft plan of common elements condominium application proposes the development of 37 two-story townhouse dwelling units, which are accessed via a private internal road. A combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate the proposed condominium development. The application proposes to rezone the rear portion of the subject lands that are currently zoned residential multiple 1 RM1446 site-specific zone to a new site-specific RM1 zone in order to facilitate the development. The application also proposes to redesignate and rezone a portion of the lands that are currently designated and zoned as open space to medium-density residential and the new aforementioned site-specific RM1 zone respectively. In addition, the owner of the development site has filed a concurrent municipal land sale application pertaining to the acquisition of part of the adjacent road allowance in lane from the town of Fort Erie in order to facilitate a secondary access to Walden Boulevard. Notification of the August 8th, 2022 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the July 14th, 2022 edition of the Fort Erie newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on July 18th, 2022. The subject lands are located in the Gateway neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the north side of Garrison Road. The development site is approximately 11,253 square meters or 1.13 hectares in size. The southern portion of the parcels received site plan approval on June 1st, 2021 for a commercial plaza, which is currently under construction and is considered phase 1 of the development. The rear/northern portions of the properties are subject to the proposed development applications and are considered phase 2 of the development. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. So to the north, we have a woodlot. town-owned lane, unimproved portion of the 6th Street road allowance, and single detached dwellings. To the south, we have the commercial plaza that's under construction and Garrison Road. To the east, we have Canadian Tire gas station and other commercial establishments. And to the west, we have a proposed restaurant with a drive-through facility, and then McDonald's is also on the corner. So to help orient you, this slide displays the site plan for the commercial plaza that is currently under construction to the south of the development lands. The proposed residential development will be primarily accessed via an entrance from Garrison Road that is shared with the proposed commercial plaza to the south. So here's an image of the commercial plaza looking south from the subject lands, and please note that there's currently an elevation difference as a result of the ongoing construction. Here is an image of the subject lands looking north towards Walden Boulevard. Another image of the subject property, this time looking east. Similarly, here's an image of the subject property looking west, and we can see the back of Picard's in the distance there. And this final image is of the abutting road allowance and lane looking south from Walden Boulevard. And that is the portion of land that's subject to the municipal land sale request. The majority of the subject lands are designated medium-density residential, and a portion of the lands are designated open space in the Gateway Secondary Plan. Policy provides that medium-density residential lands shall be reserved for multiple unit structures, including townhomes and their accessory uses, and at a density range of between 25 and 50 units per gross hectare. Lands designated open space shall be reserved for a variety of active and passive recreational and open space uses. The subject property is not impacted by archaeological or mineral aggregate resources or natural heritage features as identified in the respective schedules of the town's official plan. Schedule B of the official plan illustrates that the property is located within a petroleum resource area. However, there are no concerns relative to this resource as there are no active wells within 75 meters of the subject property. The properties are impacted by the region's core natural heritage system, consisting of significant woodlands. As such, an environmental impact study was required in support of the proposed development to demonstrate that there will be no significant negative impact on the feature or its ecological function. The applicant is proposing that approximately 1,760 square meters or 0.18 hectares of the lands be redesignated from open space to medium-density residential to permit 5 of the 37 proposed townhouse dwelling units and part of the proposed private road. Approximately 1,097 square meters or 0.11 hectares of the site will remain designated as open space. The proposed draft plan of condominium has a proposed density of 32.9 units per hectare, which falls within the density range of 25 to 50 units per hectare that is already permitted through the secondary plan. The subject property is currently zoned residential multiple 1, RM1 446 zone in part, and open space OS 450 zone in part, in accordance with zoning bylaw number 12990 as amended by bylaw number 58, 2011. The RM1 446 zone includes block townhouse dwelling units as a permitted use and permits a site-specific density of between 25 and 50 units per gross hectare. The site-specific open space zone states that these lands shall be used for no other purpose than a natural buffer area incorporating the existing woodlot, as well as the conservation of plants and wildlife. The applicant is proposing to rezone the lands currently zoned residential multiple 1 446 zone to a site-specific RM1 zone in order to facilitate an increase in lot coverage and reductions to the minimum lot frontage, minimum landscaped area, minimum distance between the rear wall of the dwelling on the same lot, and minimum number of parking spaces. The current site-specific zoning provision for the density would be carried over to the new site-specific RM1 zone. So just to walk you through the provisions that are required and what the applicant is seeking relief for. So a lot frontage of 50 meters is required and proposed is 20.22 meters. Minimum landscaped area, 50% is required, 32.60% is proposed. For the minimum distance between the rear walls for buildings on the same lot, 15 meters is required, 12.30 meters is proposed. Maximum lot coverage of 40% for block townhouse dwellings is permitted, 47.50 0% is proposed. And for parking spaces, a rate of 1.5 spaces per unit, which would equate to 56 spaces, is required for the site. A rate of 1.2 spaces per unit, or 45 spaces, is proposed. The applicant is also proposing to rezone approximately 1,760 square meters, or 0.18 hectares of the land's currently zoned open space to the same site-specific RM1 zone to permit 5 of the 37 proposed townhouse dwelling units and part of the proposed private road. And again, 0.11 hectares of the site will remain zoned as open space. Staff have explored options to address the proposed parking rate of 1.20 spaces per unit, equating to 45 spaces. The acquisition of part of the road allowance and abutting lane will provide the applicant with sufficient space to accommodate 12 additional parking spaces for a total of 57 parking spaces, or a parking rate of 1.54 spaces per unit, thus eliminating the need for this relief as requested. Further, staff note that acquiring this additional land will improve the lot coverage and landscaped area for the development, bringing them closer in compliance with the zoning bylaw. Staff note that the development sets aside lands for a future connection to the lands to the east of the site. Providing this access in the future will result in the loss of 2 parking spaces. Staff note that 1 additional space may be able to be accommodated on the town-owned land, so that would be a total of 13 spaces if the land were to be acquired, which would bring the total number of parking spaces to 58. Taking this proactive approach will ensure that adequate parking is maintained on site once the access is established in the future. The proposed draft plan of condominium contains a total of 37 two-story townhouse dwelling units. The proposed development will consist of a common elements condominium and will be primarily accessed via an entrance from Garrison Road that is shared with the proposed commercial plaza to the south that is under construction. The secondary access is proposed at the rear of the development site to Walden Boulevard via the unimproved portion of the 6th Street road allowance and part of the abutting lane, which are proposed to be purchased from the town of Fort Erie. The owner of the development site has filed a concurrent municipal land sale application pertaining to the acquisition of part of the adjacent road allowance and lane from the town of Fort Erie in order to facilitate a secondary access. The lands subject to this municipal land sale request are highlighted in yellow on the map. The road allowance and lane have a combined area of approximately 698.31 square meters, or 0.07 hectares. The road allowance has a width of about 20 meters, and the lane has a width of 3.75 meters, respectively. The road allowance and lane are not improved, and the lane is not actively maintained by the town with any regular frequency. And the Gateway Secondary Plan envisions a conceptual neighborhood vehicle linkage and trail through the development lands and the subject road allowance. Based on the direction from Land Committee earlier this year, staff obtained an appraisal for the lands. The lands were appraised at $330,000. The owner/municipal land sale applicant and the 2 abutting landowners at 228 and 232 Walden Boulevard were notified of the appraised value, and the owner/applicant has submitted a written offer to purchase the lands at the appraised value. A recommendation report pertaining to the disposal of the town-owned lands will be submitted to council concurrently with a future recommendation report for the development applications. And staff note that a town-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendment will be required to redesignate and rezone the lands prior to their disposal. A public information open house for these applications was held on May 17th, 2022. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were notified of the open house via mailed notice. 7 members of the public were in attendance, and at the time of writing the report, written comments were received from 1 area resident. A summary of the public comments and questions received and responses to these comments and questions will be presented on the following slide. So there were 2 concerns that were identified through the open house process, firstly being the proximity of the proposed private road to the adjacent landowners, and the second being the proposed parking rate. So with respect to the proximity of the proposed private road, the property owner at 228 Walden Boulevard was concerned with the proposed location of the private road from a noise and privacy perspective should these lands be acquired by the owner of the development site. Staff note that the owner of the development site had originally requested to purchase the eastern half of the road allowance and lane, and that's what was presented at the time of the open house. And they have since proposed to purchase the entire portion of the road allowance and lane, which would allow them to shift the private road to the west and provide a greater setback between the adjacent residential use. Should these lands be acquired by the owner, Staff note that the provision of a privacy fence along the lot line shared with 232 and 228 Walden Boulevard will be implemented as a condition of draft plan approval. The second concern being the proposed parking rate, specifically with respect to the overflow of parking onto Walden Boulevard as a result of the proposed rate of 1.2 parking spaces per unit. Staff note that they have explored options to address the proposed parking rate as discussed, and that the acquisition of part of the road allowance in a abutting lane will provide the applicant with sufficient space to accommodate a total of 57 parking spaces, or a parking rate of 1.5 spaces per unit, which is in excess of what's required under the zoning, thus eliminating the need for this relief, and addressing concerns with respect to the overflow of parking. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ceci. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Butler, and then Councillor Lubberts.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. There's always, my concern is the amount of cars that are allowed on premise, and I still maintain that 1.5 is still too low. I have a hard time with 1.2. I would prefer to see 2, but what is the discussion that you would be having with the applicant to make them aware of transportation problems within the town of Fort Erie and the necessity for families to have 2 vehicles if they're working?
Through you, Your Worship. So we have been speaking with the applicant with respect to the parking spaces, and it was identified early on in the process that the 1.2 spaces we've been seeing with other development applications, that's been a concern of council. So we went proactively to try and find a resolution to that. And again, that would be contingent on those lands being sold to the owner. And that would be council's decision, but that would at least provide them, allow them to provide an excess of what the zoning bylaw requires, which is by law what they would have to provide. So we feel that that may be a suitable way to address some of the concerns in that area with respect to parking.
All I have for now, thank you.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Can you go back to slide 13?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to go over the required and the proposed. I'm going to assume that the required setbacks and landscape area was, the owner was notified of all these, what was required?
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. So through the pre-consultation process, they would have been made aware of all the zoning requirements.
So just looking at, for instance, the minimum lot frontage, the minimum required is 50, and they're asking for the minimum to be 20.2. Is there anything with those measurements, the difference that affects the parking spaces?
Through you, Your Worship. So these are existing lots of records, so they have the frontage that they have effectively from the original plan of subdivision and how these lands would have been settled at the time. With respect to parking, it wouldn't have an impact on the parking. It's more in terms of the streetscape and how it interfaces with the adjacent neighborhood. But parking-wise, it's considered based on the number of units with respect to that ratio, the 1.5 units per 1.5 spaces per units is with respect to the number of units. So it'd be maybe more with respect to lot area rather than the frontage.
Okay, so the next requirement was the 15 meters between buildings on the same lot. So there's a difference of 3 meters. How many buildings does that entail?
So it specifically impacts these 2 blocks here. So there's this block of units, these front onto the private internal road here, and this is their rear yards. And then this these units also face onto this portion of the private road, and this is their rear yard. So it's really just the distance between this wall and the wall back here between the units that they're seeking relief for. They'll actually be able to provide the amenity area that's required under the zoning, so there's no concern with respect to the amenity area for those future residents. However, it's just the physical distance between the rear walls of those two blocks of the townhouses.
So where's the parking between the two buildings?
So there's no parking between those. The driveways here and the single-car garages would provide parking for each of these individual units, and then these would be the parking for these units as well. And so this is just amenity area.
The gray area, that's the parking area?
Through your worship, that's correct. These are the driveways here, and this is their single-car garage.
Okay, now on the next slide, when you were making your presentation, you said something about that could bring us up to 58 parking spaces. How do you get in 58 parking spaces out of 56?
So currently, their plan provides one space per unit within the driveway. They have 6 additional parking spaces along the side here for visitors, 2 additional spaces here. So that brings them to a total of 45 spaces. So if they were to acquire the lands from the town, they would be able to accommodate 12 additional spaces, bringing the total to 57. And staff are, based on our calculations, thought that they may be able to get even 1 additional space there. So that would bring them 2 parking spaces over what's required by the bylaw. And they wouldn't actually need to seek relief for that anymore. They'd be in excess of it. And the comment that I made down here with regards to the future connection was that if and when this is constructed or established, these 2 spaces would have to be removed. And so that parking ratio would then be, even though it would be in excess once and if approved by council, it would still be in compliance with the zoning once that easterly connection would be constructed, because we'd just be losing those 2 that are in excess.
Now this property with the additional 12 parking spaces, is that available for them to purchase?
So they currently have a municipal land sale request that's gone before Land Committee in January of this year. And at that time, Land Committee essentially decided that they'd be willing to sell the property to an adjacent landowner. So it's actually quite a large piece of land, and it would be considered fully marketable in that it could be sold on the open market by the town for the appraised value that I mentioned. But Land Committee had directed staff to proceed with selling it according to Part 6 of the sale of land policy, which states that it's sold to an abutting landowner. And that way, those 3 landowners, so there's the 2 landowners here, and then the owner/applicant here, were sent written notification of the appraised value. So they have the opportunity to purchase it. It will be up to council, like every other land sale application, whether or not they wish to dispose of that to the applicant.
Have they shown interest to purchase it?
They have submitted a written offer to purchase it at the appraised value.
And what about the other landowners?
The landowners did not respond or provide a written offer to purchase. We did receive written correspondence related to some of the concerns that I identified later on in the presentation, but they didn't submit a written offer to purchase, so only one of them did.
So when is the anticipated timeline as far as this coming before council for recommendation to sell it to this owner?
Through your worship, so our timing right now is we'll be reporting to Land Committee in August with respect to the application and the town-initiated zoning bylaw and official plan amendment. And then that would have to occur, if that is Land Committee and Council's direction, concurrently as we continue to process the application. So we anticipate sometime in October we'd be taking all 3 matters before council at the same time. So one matter will be dealing with the disposal of the land to the applicant. One matter would be rezoning, redesignating those lands, because they would have to be rezoned and redesignated prior to disposing of them to the applicant, if that's council's wish. And then the 3rd item would be with respect to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of condominium for those development lands. So they'll all be considered same evening, concurrently.
What month is that again?
Likely October, that's what we're aiming for.
Okay, all right. Now, getting back to the required setbacks and so, I think slide 13. What would it take to bring them closer to the distance between the buildings? What I'm seeing here is, I don't see that there's a problem with getting another 2 meters between the two of them, 2.5 meters between the buildings. What's the problem with not meeting that requirement? Why can't we do that?
Through your worship, so the limiting factors here tend to, are firstly the front yard setback and the rear yard setback for each unit. So they're required to have, I believe it's 4 meters in the front yard, so that would be from the front property line to the front of the building, 6 meters to the garage, and then their rear yard is required to be 6 meters. So in order to meet those provisions, which are imperative in terms of sight lines, amenity area, items like that, they have had to then shrink that provision for the distance between the buildings on the same lot. So the other limiting factor being the private roads as well. Those have to be a certain width in order to meet our zoning provisions. So those are essentially limiting what distance is available that can be achieved between those units.
So in order to meet the 15 meters, we'd have to make an amendment to the setbacks, the rear yard setbacks. Is that what you're saying?
Through your worship, it's just to the minimum distance between the buildings on the same lot for the rear walls. That's the only provision. They don't need to seek relief for the front yard setback or the rear yard setback. It would just be for the distance between the two structures themselves. They're achieving their front yard and rear yard setback.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Zanko and then Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question with regard to if the purchase of the town-owned property were to take place. Have the applicants considered what type of buffers they would be looking at for the existing residents on Walden? Because you had a slide up there. I don't know if you can pull that up again.
Yeah. Do you recall which slide it
No,
was?
I don't. It's the road allowance that shows the two
Oh.
properties beside it. Yes.
This one?
Yeah. So I'm just, when I look at this diagram, my concern is, the residents on Walden, they're always going to be concerned about flooding when there's this type of development, but primarily those two homes that will be adjacent to those parking spots, what type of protection will they have from noise and light and all of that comes along with it?
Through your worship, so originally, the owner and applicant was proposing to only buy half the road allowance, so the 10 meters. They have since proposed to buy the entire road allowance, so that provides a bit more room to shift that private road further to the west, so that it provides a greater buffer. So based on the site plan provided by the agent, it looks like there's at minimum a 3-meter setback between the lot line that's shared in common with the landowner to the east and the proposed private road. We're also proposing as a condition of draft plan approval the establishment of a closed board-on-board fence that would provide some noise and privacy buffering there. And then with respect to the landowner to the west, so the reason that the parking spaces were oriented on that side versus the east was that landowner, in terms of the use of their property, they have their private garage abutting the common lot line, and so they don't have any living area directly adjacent to there. They would also have the board-on-board fence along that lot line as well, whereas the landowner to the east actually has their bedrooms adjacent to that lot line. So we put a lot of thought into placing those and working with the agent and the residents to place those accordingly so that it buffers them from the impact of those vehicles that are coming through and parking there.
Thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Can you go back to slide, I think, 14? I'm sorry, 13 then. Okay, looking at the difference, I think Councillor Lubberts was commenting on that. If all these requirements were required and we didn't make any variations, how many units or how many homes could be accommodated?
Through your worship, I don't have that number currently. So I don't want to put an estimate to it, but I could certainly provide an answer to that for you in the report. They're quite close on lot coverage, and if they acquire the town lands, that would improve their lot coverage situation. It would bring them down to about 45%, and it would also improve their minimum landscaped area because they would have some green area associated with that. So that's a consideration. The parking spaces, if those town lands were sold to the owner, that would resolve and eliminate the need for that. So we'd really be looking at the lot frontage, and then still with respect to the landscaped area setback between the buildings on the same lot and the landscaped area. So we'd at least be bringing that closer into compliance with that, but we could look into that for you.
Thank you for that. In regards to the open space that they want to put 5 townhouses on, right?
That's correct.
Why would we allow that? In regard to I don't think there's any park or anything else near. Now, all these buildings are going to have backyards, but the backyards are quite tiny.
Through your worship, so they completed an environmental impact study, and essentially the site-specific zoning that applies to that open space area specifically relates to the wood lot and it being maintained in its natural state. So the environmental impact study was completed in order to demonstrate that this development wouldn't have any impact on those proposed natural heritage features that exist and the significant wildlife habitat. So they've demonstrated, based on the region's comments that we've received, that there won't be a significant negative impact on there, and that they essentially can, in a compatible way, bring those lands in for residential use without compromising the ecological functions. So that's the basis of their proposal.
All right, and then one last question. Are all the driveways single driveways, they're not double driveways?
Through your worship, they're single driveways, single car garages as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? So Ms. Ceci, just to follow up on this, the question about the open space, so basically half of the open space is being requested to be rezoned to residential.
Through your worship, that's correct.
And I see in the report, there is a reference to Maple Hickory Deciduous Forest Community, bat maternity colonies. I can't help but think that if half of the open space is removed, which on the aerial looks like it is wooded, that's got to have some impact. Any observations on your part other than what was given to you by the consultant that did the environmental impact study?
Through your worship, it's not my area of expertise in terms of the ecological functioning of that. We do rely on the region's comments with respect to natural heritage features. They seemed to be satisfied that the environmental impact study did address those concerns. They were identifying that there would be a contiguous treed area to the east and west along that buffer that would be maintained, that would still satisfy their habitat requirements. And they are also proposing through their tree plan a 2-to-1 ratio for any removal of the trees. So again, to help to establish that natural area again.
Is that with respect to the open space area that is being requested to be rezoned, or is that with respect to the remaining open space area that the report indicates may suffer, those trees may suffer some damage as a result of construction. Are those the ones that are going to be replaced, or all of the trees, even in the area to be redesignated?
Through your worship, it's with respect to overall, any trees removed from the site, that would be the ratio applied.
Do we, I know as a practice, we don't typically ask the Environmental Advisory Committee to review these environmental impact studies, but they did make a presentation to us a while ago where they suggested that there should be some capacity for peer review of some of these environmental impact studies that come in. Do we have the capability to do that now, to your knowledge, or is that a question I should best be asking the director?
Through your worship, I think if it was the direction of council that they wanted to have the Environmental Advisory Committee, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to have that completed. But as of now, it's currently only lands that would have the environmental conservation zoning and designation on them that we would circulate to them. And as I mentioned, this wasn't identified in any of our mapping. This was just part of the region's mapping.
Right. And is there presumably was some reason why part of this land was designated as open space. Would you have any knowledge of that?
Through your worship, the Gateway secondary plans from 2011, so predates my time, but I imagine through consultation with the region at the time in their mapping, I imagine was probably associated with the woodlot that was on the property. So this development application is considering whether or not it would be suitable to bring that development in and encroach into that area.
So from what you've just said, it sounds like the regional natural heritage system and the open space somewhat coincide.
I would imagine so.
On just looking at that, if the open space area wasn't rezoned, that reduces the number of units that would be constructed. That will have no impact, though, on the parking, would it?
Through your worship, they would be able to just still provide one space per unit that would be there. So I believe they'd be losing about 5.5 units. So they'd still have all of their visitor parking maintained. However, it would potentially impact the configuration of the private road, because part of their open space designation proposal to rezone and redesignate that would impact the private road going north to Walden Boulevard if that was council's desire to sell them that. So they would still be fine on parking. They'd probably be quite in excess of that.
And the private road coming down from Walden, that actually severs whatever remaining open space there is. So there'd be a part on the east side of that and the part on the west side. So for all intents and purposes, most of the open space is being negatively impacted.
Through your worship, based on what my colleagues have presented, and through the EIS, they believe that it won't be negatively impacted based on the findings of the environmental impact study.
Hard to imagine. The next slide, slide 14, you made reference to, at the bottom, a future connection. Just looking at the overhead, I see that there's a commercial property immediately to the east. And then further to the east, there are some residences that front on Mather Boulevard. Where would this future connection go?
So the lands directly to the east have split zoning, so part of them have similar zoning to what this property has. So the idea here was through the Gateway secondary plan that it did envision a connection within these areas so that cars aren't having to go out to Garrison Road each time. It would provide that internal access. So this would be potentially connecting to a future residential development to the east or the commercial establishments that are existing.
With an eventual outlet to Mather Boulevard?
Through your worship, I don't know if that was the intent for it to continue all the way. I imagine through the secondary plan that probably would have been what was envisioned, but I can't confirm that.
If not, it would simply be a connection that would go further east and then have to go south to Garrison Road, according to the aerial photograph that's part of the report. The northern portion of the parcel next door to the east, also has what looks like a wooded area. Do you know if there's open space zoning on that parcel as well?
Through your worship, I think it does continue to the, further to the east. I could bring up my mapping to confirm that for you. So it does continue. So they have the core mixed use at the front of that property, then the medium density residential, and then the open space.
And if we could just go back to slide 13 again then. Right, so the proposed frontage, where is that? Is that the road allowance?
That's correct.
So the proposed frontage is property that they don't currently own, but they'll have to acquire from the municipality.
That's correct.
And part of that 20-meter frontage is going to be allocated to parking, which is undoubtedly going to be one of the, I'm thinking that's going to be the primary point of access and egress, because most people aren't going to want to drive through a commercial development to get to their home. Has there been consideration given to that?
Through your worship, they didn't, the region didn't ask for a traffic study. And we've contemplated whether, in the event that council doesn't wish to dispose of the road allowance, how the site could still be accessed. The idea is that Garrison Road would be the primary point of access for the development in either event. But we don't have a study that would, essentially map those transportation patterns for the area.
So the council could request a traffic study with respect to access and egress from this site.
That's correct.
And do you have any knowledge of whether any of these proposed units, housing units, will be affordable within the definition that we're familiar with?
I am not aware of that at this time, but the agent may be able to speak to them.
Right, thank you. And when Councillor Lubberts was asking you about the minimum distance between the buildings, that's essentially, that affects the rear yards of the two blocks of condo units. I guess one of the ways that you could ensure that you've got compliance with the required 50 meters is to have smaller buildings on the lots. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
So they could satisfy the minimum distance between buildings and maximum lot coverage by simply reducing their proposed maximum lot coverage. Probably end up with also better landscaped area. Is that correct?
That's a fair assumption. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So that takes us then to the proponent requesting the amendment or the agent on behalf of the proponent.
I'm just going to.
And that looks like you, Mr. White. Are you getting ready to come up?
With Susan Smythe.
You're here on behalf of Ms. Smythe, or, yeah, okay.
In conjunction.
Perfect.
Thanks very much for your time, Your Worship and council members. My name's Lee White, 240 Jarvis Street in Fort Erie, and here with Ms. Susan Smythe, 89 to 91 St. Paul Street in St. Catharines. On behalf of the applicant, who is here in attendance with some of his partners, very interested in working on this project. I have been working on this project for over 3 years with the applicant in my time when I was at Quartec, and Mackenzie has done an exceptional job and very thorough of presenting the facts of the matter, and that'll allow us to expedite our presentation and spend more time answering some of the questions that have come up. It's very important to mention that this is not the first iteration of this design. As I mentioned, we've been working on it for 3 years, and we have incorporated several modifications that in response to comments that we got during pre-consultation, public open house, and then a couple of just internal iterations with staff, which I think has made for a far better product some of the adjacent residents who are here, also here in attendance today, we have spoken with, and they appreciate what we have done in response to the comments that we heard at open house, and have indicated right before this meeting that they are supportive of what we have presented. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Smythe. She can go through the presentation relatively quickly, and we'll reserve the majority of our time for responding to comments.
Thank you. So I'm just going to scroll quickly to the site plan primarily, just to focus on the questions that were raised in terms of the distance between the buildings, in terms of lot coverage, as well as landscape amenity space. And Mr. Mayor, you did bring up a legitimate comment in terms of the possibility of reducing the building footprint and essentially being able to then adhere to that setback between the buildings of 15 meters. And I do believe that's something that can be re-examined again, and I believe the client would be amenable to making some adjustments to make the development adhere to the zoning provisions. In terms of, again, the visitor and the parking requirements, as well as the egress into the site, we do believe that this proposal here for the acquisition to Walden essentially adheres to the secondary plan and what was visioned for this particular area. So that's why it's been designed and redesigned several times for that purpose. The other thing to make mention in the development is the pedestrian connection as well. So sidewalks have been provided all the way through the development, from Garrison Road through the commercial site all the way through to the northern section of this development to eventually connect to the Walden Boulevard. The other thing I'd like to make mention is the landscape buffer strip. So the provisions under the bylaw right now require a 4.5 meter minimum. We've applied a more restrictive landscape buffer strip along the rear yards of Walden Boulevard to be a minimum of 11.5 meters. And by doing that, it also achieves maintaining some of the mature, healthy trees in that corridor that was identified through the environmental impact study. So it helps to maintain that habitat and that connectivity throughout that corridor. And that's all I really have to add at this time, and I'm opening for questions.
I'll just add a couple more really quick comments. It is important to note that the distance between those two rear yards, while it's got a really contradictory requirement in the zoning bylaw that says you got to have 15 meters between two buildings, the rears of two buildings, but a rear yard setback of 6 meters, which we do comply with. Mm-hmm. So we've got 6 meter rear yard setbacks for each of those two blocks. It's just the one provision of zoning that says it's got to be 15 between buildings, which also contains provisions for reductions of that to 3 meters or 9 meters if it's the end and the back are abutting versus just the two rear. So I honestly don't believe that is a really significant issue here. But two other significant points, Councillor Butler, you did bring up the concern about parking. All of the numbers that we've been throwing out here does not give consideration to the fact that we've got 37 single car garages, which are going to provide another 37 parking spaces. So there will be more than two for every single unit. And finally, in just talking with the owner at this time, is considering the current proposal as depicted on here. The end units have about 2,200 square feet of living space. The interior units are about 2,000 square feet. Is going to reduce that to about 1,800 square feet. So every one of those lots is going to have an additional 400 square feet or more of open space that will resolve a lot of the issues. And as you astutely brought up, Your Worship, that it will resolve a lot of those deviations from the required setback. And just the other provisions is on.
Okay, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just a little confused, and maybe you can clarify this for me, but how many units did you say are being proposed? I thought I heard 37.
37.
It is 37?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other question that I have is this a family-friendly development?
Through you, Mr. Worship, yes, it is. In terms of providing a mixed use in the neighborhood, where there is some mix of single bungalow style. This is now a two-story townhouse type of development, as well as from the perspective of pedestrian connectivity. Having the sidewalks internal provides some safety measures as well. So we do believe that it is friendly.
So that leads me to my last question. And the question is that in this area, as you know, where the development is being suggested to happen, there are no parks in the close proximity. Have you given consideration to a playground for the families with children?
Through you, Mr. Worship, at the moment, we have not, but maybe that is something that we can definitely discuss as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through. Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you.
This is the owner, Mr. Patel.
Well, I think you should, yeah, do you have an answer to a question?
That's correct.
Please come forward.
At the time of the pre-consultation, it was decided that there is a park nearby, that's why parkland was not required. So we were requested to pay the parkland fees instead of providing a park within the settlement. So that's why parkland assessment fees was assessed, and the park department did not want that piece for developing a park, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. White and Ms. Smythe. Are any of these going to be affordable or planned to be affordable units or
I would say that they're not going to be consistent with the definition of affordable by either the region, municipal housing, or the town. In speaking with the owner, they will be more affordable than the majority of the residences in the town.
Thank you. My last question is in regards to short-term rentals. Is there any plan to prohibit short-term rentals on this property? I see a head shaking behind you saying yes. So therefore, would there be any problem having on the purchase and sale included that these houses, these townhouses, never be used for short-term rentals?
None whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Lee, just to get back to the parking, you said that there's a parking space for each unit, then there's the garage, which really gives it 2 parking spaces. If there's 2 parking spaces, why is it that when we had the presentation from our planner, that it showed 1.2 parking spaces?
Because
If there's 2.
Yeah, typically the way the town perceives parking, they don't consider it in tandem necessarily, or the interior garage parking space.
So a car garage is not considered a parking space?
As I
Is that-
understand
Doesn't make sense to me, but
it. I've had this
if
argument
that's-
many times.
yeah. Okay, so, but even so, you said that there is that spot, so there's 2 parking spaces, but there isn't 2 parking spaces because you can't use that as a parking space, where you can't consider it.
Yeah, in accordance with the definition of.
So there is just 1.2 parking spaces.
No, if there is more than 1.2, because since the 1.2 pertained to the original proposal as it was presented, we've added 12, potentially 13 spaces on that property to be acquired, which will allow us to exceed the minimum requirement. And then, as Mackenzie has brought up, if we lose those 2 additional, we will still comply with the parking requirement.
Yeah, but as it stands right now, you only have 1.2. You haven't acquired the property yet, so we have to go with what we have, right?
Well, if we don't acquire that property, there's bigger issues.
Okay, all right. Now, getting back to what the mayor was talking about, the building distance between the two buildings, I understand what you're saying with the setbacks. On a regular building is only 6 meters, and you'll have more than 6 meters. But for this particular proposal, right, the requirement is 15 meters.
Okay, there are
And-
two separate requirements. There's one part of the bylaw that says thou shalt have 15 meters between buildings
Yeah.
when it's back to back. And then there's another one that says the rear yard setback is 6 meters. We've got 6.05 meters for each of the two. So we comply with the rear yard setback requirement, but we do not comply with what I consider to be a very stupid part of the zoning bylaw, a 15-meter requirement within a block townhouse development.
Yeah, so you said that the size of the units are 1,800 or 2,000, which one was it?
Yeah, they were in the original proposal and as presented on here, 2,200 square feet for the end units, 2,000 square feet, and they're going to be reduced to 1,800 square feet.
All of them will be 1,800?
Every single one. Yep.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Anyone else? So, Ms. Smythe, you did make reference to the landscaping and did indicate that instead of 4.5 meters, there's going to be 11.5 meters. The reality is that's open space. That's what currently is designated open space. And you're taking, your client is proposing to change at least half of the open space designated area into housing.
Yes, that is correct. And as Mr. Patel indicated, at the time of pre-consultation, town staff did not indicate that there was a requirement to maintain that open space, or so for, say, a passive park or a park space.
Yeah, no, I understand
Right,
that.
but yes, so,
Seems like a small victory when we're losing half of the open space to have a little bit larger buffer. Anyways, I get what you're saying. Thank you very much.
thank you.
So now we're going to go to, I think we're finished with you folks for now.
Thank you.
Yep. So now we're going to go to anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application, other than obviously the owner or the owner's agents. And if there's no one in the room, Mr. Patton, can you see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room with respect to this matter?
We have 3 attendees in the waiting room, Your Worship. I think it'd be best if we ask them to put up their hands if they're wanting to speak on this.
Okay, and depending on what kind of device they're using, they would have to determine whether that's on their phone, in which case it's *8 that they would press. And if it's an iPad, it would be either the top right.
They would just say raise hand.
Raise hand, okay. So if there's anyone in the waiting room that wishes to address council in support of this application, please raise your hand so that you can be recognized by our staff and then invited into the meeting. You're not seeing any? Okay. Then we're going to go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or address council on the matter. Is there anyone here in that category? Yes. Please come forward, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I would defer to any of the neighbors if there's somebody who wants to speak first.
Well, I didn't see any other hands go up.
Just checking.
So, yeah, please come forward, and everyone will have an opportunity to address us.
Thank you very much.
We need your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Yes, my name is Jeffrey Aldridge. I'm at 3765 Rebstock Road in Crystal Beach. Just need to get my presentation up and running. You're going to do that? While we're waiting for the presentation to come there. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and fellow residents. Thank you very much for allowing me this chance to present tonight. All of you received an email from me before that I thought I was in the process of leaving. Well, that report turned it out to be somewhat false, so you're stuck with me for a little bit longer. I'm here tonight because this sounds like a repeat of what we've gone through before with one or two other planned developments. And I wanted to make sure I had the chance to address these with you. I do acknowledge that the comments that have come from council tonight have pretty much covered all of the concerns that I had planned on doing tonight. And I also want to point out that I've learned about this very late today, so my presentation is not as prepared, and I'm not as prepared to do this as I would like to have been. The adjustments requested, we've already seen council put all of these up there. I'll come back to these when I go through individual points. One of my big problems I have with this development, as I've had with other developments, is this issue of putting roads, laneways, and especially parking between existing houses. You've heard me talk on this before. For the people that you see in that lower picture, those two buildings, to now have a roadway and to have 12-car parking lot, they never expected that. They should not have to put up with that. I would be very disappointed if this council does in fact allow that to go ahead. Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to ask one informational question? I missed the appraised value of what that lot was going for.
I believe it was 300,000.
Okay, thank you for that. Then I put up there the quote from one of the neighbors about the concern from the noise and the late night lights. That is something I think is a real problem. This business of putting the parking out there, it was addressed tonight that they would have some buffer on one side, but on the other side there'd be parking. At least in the summertime, there is no buffer. If you're out in your backyard and you've got cars coming in and out, people talking all the time, your privacy, your noise, you've lost it. And once again, there's a comment I have coming up about the impact on value of land. In one of the reports I saw, the effects of such proposed use doesn't have any deteriorating effect on adjoining lands. Well, I don't need to be an expert. I was a realtor for a short amount of time. If you have a house that's got an empty lot behind it and a regular house beside you, and you compare that to one that now has a roadway and parking and buildings behind instead of an open space, those houses are going to be affected. You do not need to be the proverbial rocket scientist to understand that that is true. So on behalf of those people, I think that this is going to have a negative effect if you allow that lot to be used in between. This question of frontage to me is a really fascinating one, and I'm quite confused by it. The comment was made tonight that the Walden access was used for secondary access. But as I've listened to this tonight, I've heard that it's not just secondary access, it is for parking. I've also heard Mr. Mayor made a comment that more people are likely to use this than go through the commercial area to get to Garrison. So it's more likely going to be a primary access. The question that I have, and I suppose I just leave it on the table, Mr. Mayor, is if they don't get this lot, they don't have any frontage. That 22.2 meters disappears. So I don't understand, if they don't get that lot, how they can satisfy the frontage requirement at all, the way this is set up. I will be interested to hear at some point an answer to that. I'm not expecting it now. So, as I said, I've covered a lot. You've already covered a lot of my questions tonight, but if you don't mind, I'd just like to quickly go through my notes on this. If this is sold to the developer, and I understand it's being put out on the market, it's one thing to have this sold as a residential lot, $300,000 for a lot, sounds about what I would expect. But now it's going to be rezoned from residential to, I don't know what you call it, when it's going to be parking and a laneway. So this question of selling, instead of putting it out on the open market for anybody to be able to buy this as a housing lot, is a question I would have for you. Why would you want to do that? Councillor Zanko made the question about protection, and the answer was there is some protection. Once again, whether it's 3 meters or 6 meters from cars driving in and out of a driveway to where you are in your house, in your backyard, it makes no difference. You're going to hear them just the same. Putting up a fence might cut down a bit on the lack of privacy, but not much, and you're still going to hear them. I did have a question when I was looking at the diagram. You remember there's the commercial area, the driveway comes up the side, and then it curls around. Why, at the beginning, a road wasn't put right around the commercial area, so you had access from Garrison on the east and the west, and then you would not need to come in from Walden. I also thought that from the point of view of coverage, I saw that 12 spaces are needed that are being used on the Walden lot. If they were to remove 2 houses from the eastern side of the development, those would then be available for parking, and you would not have the impact on the other neighbors. I realize the developer doesn't want to give up 2 houses. I understand that. But that would solve this whole issue. You'd now have 2 accesses, and you would have parking available that would solve that problem. I also made a note here about family friendly, and I think that was addressed. There is no park, there is no places for family or anybody to play in this area. I think that's a real development as we're trying to squeeze people more and more into the town, an objective which I understand, but at the same time, not to give them a place to have some picnic tables and some places to play. I think that's a real shame, and I think this town needs that type of thinking. And finally, just one minor point, garages being counted as second spots, Councillor Lubberts. Nobody uses their garage for parking anymore. You drive around all of these places where they have single garages, they're not used for it. They're too small to get anything except a smart car in. So once again, the issue of parking spaces is a real problem. Anyway, I thank you very much for the time to let me do the presentation tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge. Before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Aldridge, thank you for your presentation this evening. You spent a lot of time speaking about the access off Walden and considering some of the other applications we've had. I understand where you're coming from and why your concern is there. It was a concern I had when I first heard about this. Now, having said that, and from hearing from Mr. White earlier, as well as some of the conversations I've had with him and some of the staff here at Town Hall regarding the neighbors' concerns, if the neighbors believed that the concerns were rectified, or at least being addressed regarding the parking and the access, you had heard earlier about the parking being next to a garage and not next to a bedroom, and there being fences and other things for the neighbor on the other side and the parking removed from there. Taking that into account, would you have the same concern about the parking access if the neighbors were agreeable to that kind of setup and the work that we're able to do to address their concerns?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dubanow, it would seem on the one hand, if somebody gives consent, that everything is all right, but then you come into this little question of informed consent. Do these people really understand what they're giving up? Are they as aware of what goes on around the town? So the answer to that question is maybe. My concern for them, and for anybody in a situation like this, at resale time, the people that are buying, they're going to have that same question. Why do I want a lane and a parking lot beside me? So it's an interesting question. I would prefer to go on the side of being cautious and say, why put them in that predicament in the first place? Their life will be better off without a parking lot and a lane than with it.
And I appreciate that answer. I don't entirely agree with where you're going, but it's a good answer, and it's one that's well thought out, so I'll give you that. The only other point I wanted to raise, are you aware of, there's a park, actually, within about 500 meters walking distance from this development, and I'm just wondering if you're aware of
Can you just help me place that?
Energy Field
Yeah.
on Barron Road.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
It's just to the south. You have to cross at Concession Road, and then you do have to cross Garrison Road, and I
You've
understand that's a
answered my
concern.
question.
And I understand that's always a concern, but you cross Garrison Road, and it's right in behind the commercial development. I lived in that neighborhood. I'm very familiar with that park. It's within walking distance, and I was just wondering if you were aware that there are parks in that area.
To be somewhat facetious, would you want your 4- and 5-year-olds getting to that park?
I would be walking them to that park, and they would be
Yeah.
fine crossing the road with me.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I come back to, sure, it's nice to have a park over there, but it's also nice to be able to walk out of your house and go to a picnic table just near your house, a place to play, a place to meet neighbors. That park does not provide that.
Okay, so anything further, Councillor Dubanow?
No, thank you, Mr. Aldridge. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge.
Thank you very much,
Is there
Mr.
anyone
Mayor.
else who wishes to address council with respect to this application? Mr. Patton, I'm going to try once more. Is there anyone in the digital waiting room that wishes to address council with respect to this application?
No one's raising their hands today, so I think.
Okay. Madam Clerk, did you receive any further communications once subsequent to this report being completed?
No, Your Worship, I haven't.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to go to the report, which is report PDS 55-2022. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Dubanow? That report's on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Dubanow, and then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I want to extend my appreciation to the presenters this evening for providing the information they did to us. Mr. Aldridge as well, I always appreciate the insight that he provides. It gives me something different to think about, and I think that's important when you're sitting in this seat here, to not have an echo chamber, but to always hear from individuals who disagree and have a difference of opinion or a different thought on how to do things. That's important, and that's why we have these meetings, and you're always appreciated when you come, Mr. Aldridge, and we value that. I'm going to be supporting the information report this evening. I do know that it has gone through several different variations and iterations, and even this tonight as well, there's some discussion after hearing the comments from council about the flexibility that the developer has and their willingness to work with us. I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. White earlier today, and one of the comments I had for him was that, you go to other small communities. I was in Simcoe over the weekend, and, it's a community with 15,000 people, but it's fairly compact. And you have everything nearby, and you can walk, and you can get to the grocery store, and you can get to businesses, and you don't need to necessarily hop into a car and drive. And when I look at where this is located, you've got businesses out in the front, you've got businesses to the west, businesses to the east, businesses to the south, you've got other residences around. Density and intensification is always a concern, especially in a community such as ours. It's something we're not used to. But when you look at how we're trying to do it with something like this, they're townhouse units, but it's not an apartment. We're trying to address the parking concern and work with that. Having a neighborhood that you don't necessarily need to get into a car and drive is always good. I mean, Sobeys is walking distance next door on the other side of Concession. If we can work through the concerns and the details that council and individuals have raised, I think this would be really good for the neighborhood. And I'm looking forward to seeing it come to the report, the recommendation report stage, to see how we're able to work through that. So, Your Worship, those were just my comments. It's it's something I've been following closely, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. My comments are based more on some of the narrative that, in the report that we had, in regards to the region's concerns, in regards to everything from stormwater management, that they need more information on that. Unless this is dated wrong, it's dated May 12, 2022. Do we know if any of those regional requirements or questions or concerns have been addressed?
So, Mr. Hurlovich, do you want that directed to you, or do you want me to ask Ms. Cece to come back up to the podium?
Yeah, I don't know that they have been addressed, but we would be addressing them as part of our recommendation report for council.
Thank you, Alex. One of my concerns is that in regards to, we've talked a little bit about the environmental issues on here, and it does say that they're still looking for more information on the environmental impacts and stuff. The other thing that they're talking about is stormwater management. They need more information on the stormwater management. They also need more information on the archaeological, in case there's another, when the site is being looked at, that there may be some archaeological concerns, and also the contamination of the site. So there's these big red question marks I have that were directed by the region that I'm not sure. I know this is, we're requesting this for information purposes only, but those are questions, before, and I'm sure before we move forward, that they have to be answered. And I think those issues weren't really touched. We didn't really touch base with the presenters, because this is more the region's perspective on it. So I do have some concerns that those issues are, obviously they're important, and the region is, at this point, is not supporting this development without those answers. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just taking a quick look at everything that's here and everything that was presented, it seems to me that we keep getting into the same thing over and over again, and we get these reports for information that are maximized to everything. They maximize every amendment that they can think of, and we never get an opportunity to see what would the development look like if they met all the requirements. And for instance, your frontage, I mean, from 50-meter frontage to 22-meter frontage is a lot. That's not just something, a minor little thing that we're going to change. You know, you're almost half the distance, you know, or more than half. So, and then they start out at 2,200 square feet, which is a pretty decent size unit at 2,200 square feet. And when I was working, you know, the average home at the time I was working as an electrician, 1,600 square feet. That was a pretty good family-sized home. And even now, at 18 and 2,000 square feet, it's still more than the average home that's being built for an average family. But they don't show that here. And I'm just curious as to why it is that staff doesn't require that they show both. Here's your development as maximized. Here's what the development would look like if you followed all the requirements that our zoning bylaws and our official plans and everything require. And because when I look at what they're showing with the buildings and everything, there's a lot of information in a small space on my iPad, and you can't decipher which is which here. And so I think that they should come back when they do the recommendation report, that they show us this is what it would look like if you met all the requirements, because I think the lady that was up here from the consultant group said that it's something they could consider of making things a little bit smaller. Well, my recommendation is show me something that meets all the requirements, and then let's start from there. I'm sure they started there with staff, but we're the ones that make the decision. And we didn't see it. So I'm disappointed that that's what happens. And it seems to me that we're always asked to approve something so that the developer can maximize his profits. And we're never shown anything where, well, here, this is how we can accommodate the town of Fort Erie. So I'm disappointed, and I hope that they can come back and show something different, because, again, Mayor Redekop, like my brother says, you're putting 5 pounds of sugar in a 10-pound bag, or a 2-pound bag, just not fitting. And so let's get something that fits. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're staying with the same analogy. I do believe that Ms. Cece and Mr. White indicated that this wasn't where they started from. Mr. Hurlovich, are you waving at me because you wanted to say something? Okay. Hello. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor McDermott.
Yes, I'm going to support it tonight. I think Mr. White and the proponents are getting a good idea on how we feel here, and I think it's a good fit for the area that it's in. So. A lot of things happen between now and the recommendation report, and normally people listen and make as many of the changes that they can make, and still make some money at the same time. Like, I don't find the developers as the big bad guy here. I never do. I think that common sense and working together to make these developments work are the most important thing, and I think that. This one might surprise everybody that's sitting around the table. So I look forward to the recommendation report.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'll be supporting the information report as well, but my apologies, because I had forgotten about.
Thank you. Anyone else? Before I go back to Councillor Noyes, is there anyone who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak?
I can speak if you want, but I don't wish to.
No. Councillor Noyes, back to you.
Again, I'm assuming that if I support this, nothing will move forward if any of the Niagara Region's concerns are not met in regards to contamination and everything else. That those things are going to have to be worked out in the end, and if this moves forward, they're going to have to meet all those requirements. So I'm going to support this, but I have with a big question mark. I don't. Like I said, there's many concerns from the Niagara Region on this report, but again, we're just doing this for information purposes. And the other thing is that I would want to make sure that the short-term rental phrase be put in there, that these properties cannot be used for short-term rental in the purchase and sale. And I know that the owners shook their heads saying that they were in agreement, so there shouldn't be any problem with having that as a requirement on the site plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. But before we finish with that, Mr. Hurlovich, this issue about the no short-term rentals, is that something that we should be putting into this report? Should we be making an amendment to the recommendation to ensure that that's included, or is it adequate at this stage of the game for you to hear what council's views are? Or would it be better for you to have council vote on it to confirm their position?
Yeah, to the council, to your worship, it is not necessary because the town considers short-term rentals to be a separate land use. unless the property is zoned and licensed for short-term rental, it would be an illegal use.
The difficulty is that we're going through the land use process now with respect to short-term rentals. We do have a moratorium. Who knows what will happen to the moratorium after November the 16th? So I'm wondering whether, and we have in some subdivisions made that a specific provision when the developer has been agreeable, but we could do it, I believe, whether the developer's in agreement or not.
Well, in that case, Your Worship, and the fact that the developer is here and has indicated that he has no objection, I see no reason why council couldn't make such a motion.
Councillor Noyes, do you want to amend the recommendation in the report to include a provision that there be no short-term rental permission for these properties?
Absolutely, just as you worded it.
So this is a committee meeting, there's no need for a seconder. Any further discussion on that, Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm just wondering, is this something that we could do as part of a potential zoning bylaw? I think that might have a little more teeth than doing it in the purchase and sale agreements.
It's going to be a part of the rezoning. It'll be part of the.
Part of the zone?
bylaw.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, any further questions? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Anything further, Councillor Noyes? So, Councillor Zanko, can I hand the chair over to you because there's a couple of issues I wanted to raise. A couple of questions. First question, Madam Clerk, once we get past August the 19th, is the CAO authorized to dispose of land?
The delegation bylaw, Your Worship, has been passed. There are some qualifications on there. It cannot include a budget amendment. I don't know if these funds have been allotted in our budget to be received on a disposition of land. Also, it would be up to the CAO and the Director Treasurer whether or not they wish to make that decision as to whether or not to sell that land for $300,000.
But regardless, there would have to be a bylaw passed by council?
It would, yes, but if the CAO and the Director choose to exercise their abilities, then they could do that. But the bylaw wouldn't be able to be passed until after the new council comes in.
Okay, so there may be a need for some clarification on that. The second question that I had, Madam Chair, is to Mr. Hurlovich, and that is, there has been an environmental impact study. I think there was a modification of the environmental impact study. If we wanted a peer review of that, is this the time to be requesting that?
Yes, it is.
So I'd like to move that a further amendment to the recommendation that staff be directed to seek a peer review of the environmental impact study, either through our environmental advisory committee or a qualified environmental consultant.
Okay, that amendment is on the floor. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. If it's done by another consultant, would it still be reviewed or given to the Environmental Advisory Committee to review as well?
My preference would be that the environmental advisory committee do the peer review, but they may not want to do that.
Yeah.
So if they don't want to do the peer review, then I don't know what benefit there would be in them reviewing a report from a consultant who's done a peer review.
Okay.
Anything further, Councillor Lubberts? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if through you, perhaps Mr. Hurlovich might provide some clarity on situations like this that have happened in the past where we've requested a peer review on an EIS. I may be wrong, but I don't recall this happening during my term, and I'm just wondering how common this is. I know it's something council can request at any time. It's part of the report. It says it right there. I'm just wondering is this something that's common, or is this something that we haven't done before?
Mr. Hurlovich.
Yes, to the council, to the chair, It is something that is done on a regular basis. Both EIS traffic reports, we see it a little more frequently, but yes, at any time we can ask for a peer review, and that's part of our official plan and part of as what's been noted in the report.
Councillor Dubanow?
No, I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, I will call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Okay, that amendment passes. Are there any additional questions regarding the report as amended?
Yeah, if I might continue. Also, is this the time to request a traffic study? Because we've got the issue of the proposal for the purchase of the lot off of, that fronts on Walden Boulevard, which becomes not only the frontage, but becomes what I believe is going to be the primary access. There is a secondary or maybe another point of access, which is off of Garrison Road. Don't know how many people are going to want to be taking that when they can go through a residential neighborhood to get to their home, as opposed to going through a commercial development. But is this the time that we'd ask for a traffic study with respect to the access and egress to the property?
Mr. Hurlovich?
We could ask for a traffic study. I don't know whether someone from IS would want to comment on that. I hate to throw them under the bus, but normally for 37 houses, we wouldn't be seeking a traffic study, but I'll leave it up to those better informed.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and maybe Mr. Stojanovic can comment.
Mr. Stevanovic, did you want to make comment on that?
I'll just wanted to mention that I concur with Mr. Hurlovich's comment there. For such a small subdivision, a traffic calming study would not necessarily be warranted. I don't recall having such a small subdivision, a traffic calming or a traffic study being completed previously.
That may be the problem, and I think Mr. Aldridge raised it, is we've got people that live on a street, and there's a residential lot beside them. They think there's a house that's going to be eventually constructed there, and it turns out it's not going to be a house, it's going to be a road. Not only is it going to be a road, but there's going to be cars parked beside their property. Even if there is a fence, it's not the same as a house. And I think the report doesn't fully capture the extent of the use that that entranceway is going to get. I believe that that is going to be the primary point of access. So I'm just wondering whether it makes sense. This is why I was so concerned about the number of units and the use of the open space entirely for residences, because I don't believe that there should be parking on that access point. We've run into this before. I don't think that it's an advisable practice. So if any of you have your phones on, would you please turn them off? And if there's anyone else that hasn't gone to silent mode, would you also do that? So I would like to request that there be a traffic study with respect to the access and egress, and not just, there's not going to be any impact on the roads or the intersection, but what type of mitigation measures might be considered as we go forward, because we're going to be going past the information purposes recommendation, but so I'm looking for a traffic study with respect to access and egress.
Your Worship, did you want to make that amendment, or?
I'm moving that.
Okay. That is on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor Noyes?
The only thing, okay, and I'll support it, but I don't think this was a residential lot ever. I think it was a road allowance. So I think the neighbors were both, when they bought it, they know that there was a possibility of road. I'm pretty sure it was a road allowance, not a.
Yeah, it's 22 feet wide.
Yeah, so in other words, when you buy and you build your house adjacent to a road allowance, there's a possibility, or you should be aware there's a possibility of a road going through.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to be on the position that every road allowance should be considered a residential lot.
Yeah, you're quite correct, and I misspoke on that. Thank you, Councillor Noyes.
But I'll still support it.
Thank you for that, too.
That motion is on the floor. Before I do go to that motion, I did see Mr. White have his hand up, and I know we don't normally do this, but because I am the chair, I'm going to allow you to answer that question. It might bring councillors some additional comfort.
apologize for this, but I think it's also very important to reference the fact that it is an existing municipal right-of-way, and it's also called out in the secondary plan that this is to be an access. That went through a very thorough public consultation process as well for the development of the larger area, and we have been put through the ringer to comply with the secondary plan. And now when we do it, we're being taken to task for doing exactly what we were told to do with regard to our design. While a traffic brief, sort of summarizing and focusing on the use of that property as an entrance for the development, is something that we could accomplish within a reasonable time frame. A full-blown traffic study, I believe, is going to put us back months with the municipal election. Things are going to be really tumultuous, I would expect, to make that as a requirement right now. So I would respectfully request that a traffic brief, which is more like a letter report by a qualified professional traffic engineer who could summarize the issues associated with the use of that existing right-of-way that's called out to be used as an access for this property in the secondary plan, be done as such.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. Your worship, did you still want to put that amendment on the floor as is?
I do, and, there are a bunch of other modifications that actually don't meet the intent of this particular secondary plan, which the proponent is requesting. So I'm not wanting to delay the thing, but I want to make sure that as the traffic is going in and out, we've done whatever we can to mitigate whatever the impacts will be on the neighbors, not just the ones on either side, but the people that live in that neighborhood, because that will be the point of entrance. It is 37 units, unless they decide to reduce it to keep more of the open space as a result of the peer review of the environmental impact study.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That amendment is still on the floor. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would be willing to support a traffic brief. I think that would provide some context to council regarding the use of the existing road allowance. I'm not going to support a full traffic study for the reasons outlined by Mr. Hurlovich and Mr. Stojanovic, which that this is a small development, it's 34 houses. If we assume that, 37 houses, it's in the 30s. If we were to assume that you have individuals living in that neighborhood, they leave in the morning for work, they come home in the evening, that's 60 trips over a 24-hour period. You look at how often the number of cars, how often you see them apart. I have a business on the far end of Walden Boulevard. I would not be objecting to 34 units going in on the concern of traffic when I'm familiar with that street. I think a traffic brief may be warranted to understand impacts of the neighboring parking and how that can affect the access and the usability. But a full-blown traffic study, I would love nothing more than to have the opportunity to do a study on the intersection of Concession and Walden and how that functions with traffic going in and out of Sobeys on the other side. Believe me, but I just don't think that this particular application is going to be the catalyst to cause problems above and beyond what may already exist. So I'd support a brief, and if that's something that Mr. Hurlovich wants to include and perhaps get some information on for a recommendation report, that's fine, but I'm not going to support a full study on this, and it's not a subdivision of 150 houses, it's a townhouse complex of 30-something homes, so that's why. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Have you spoken to this amendment yet? Because Councillor Butler hasn't, so. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Butler first.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm going to support the traffic study, and I'll tell you why. Because there is going to be further development up and down the street, and this will give us a base, a reading. So once that comes in and the next traffic study comes in, we'll have a measurement to go by. So I will be supporting this. Thanks.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Zanko. I'm changing my mind because I think I'm going to think that the traffic brief should be enough to do this, not a complete traffic study done. The other thing, too, is I don't know if, Councillor Butler, I respect your position, but I don't know if studying the access onto Walden Boulevard from this development is going to give you any information in regards to Garrison Road, which is coming, the next one is coming up. So I don't see that as being done, so, because it's Walden Boulevard, the traffic on Walden Boulevard we're concerned with, and so I would support a brief, but I agree with Councillor Dubanow, and I agree with Mr. White that it probably isn't really necessary to that extent. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional, Councillor McDermott, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, I support what Councillor Dubanow and Councillor Noyes has offered up. I think that would probably be our best efforts anyway on this one. I know we hear a lot about traffic studies. And, you know, one thing that I've learned over the past couple of years is a lot of traffic studies that we do get, we don't believe. So, I mean, I don't know how many occasions that's happened. You know, I would rather go with the traffic brief than the study. I don't want to delay this project for relatively no reason. And like I say, I don't think we get much out of a traffic study because, you know, because of the fact that the road allowance isn't open anyway, so there wouldn't be any traffic there. We got that one down pretty bad. So I guess that's where I'm at.
I'm going to go to Councillor Lubberts first.
I'm going to,
You're going to withdraw?
no, I'm going to change it to a brief.
Okay. I'll go to you first then, Your Worship.
I've just counted to 4, and I've figured it out. So I just want to make sure that there's at least some study of this point. I don't want to be no study. So I would change that amendment to a traffic brief.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you have that? Okay, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Even a traffic brief, I'm not going to support any type of study on this. If you look at this property next door on the west, they purchased a piece of property next to a road allowance. That road allowance gave you access, and it was a thoroughfare to get onto Garrison Road and go anywhere further into Fort Erie. And if it was a normal road that went to Garrison Road, you would have a steady flow of traffic all day. And with this development, you're going to have 12 cars parked on this here piece of property, and you're going to have 37 units that are going to be using this. I don't know that anybody even here is going to try to get from one point on Garrison Road to another point in Fort Erie using this subdivision. It's just too awkward to go through it. So you're going to have your 37 units, you're going to have 12 parking spaces, and you were beside a road allowance to begin with. So they knew what they were buying when they bought. They bought next to a road allowance, and they must have known that at one time this road could be used as a thoroughfare, and they're probably blessed that it's not being used as a thoroughfare and it's only being used as access to a 37-unit subdivision. So I'm not supporting any type of study.
Are there any additional comments or questions on the amendment? I'm seeing none, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that does carry. And now we are back to the report as amended. Your Worship?
Yeah, just a final question then. So in terms of the Walden access point, that is a road allowance. Couldn't the developer simply be required to improve the road as an access point? I mean, I know he wants to have parking, but could he not simply improve the road and then it's an actual road? It'd be a municipal road, though.
Mr. Hulovich?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm getting how it would be different if it was a road versus a driveway, so I'm not quite following.
Right, well, he can, at this stage of the game, there's a right of access over an existing road allowance from Walden. There is a right of ability to utilize an existing road allowance if you improve it. Is there not?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
We're done. Are there any other comments or questions with regard to this report as amended? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. I will hand the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back at 8:20, so that's a 7-minute break between now and the next public meeting, which relates to 644 Garrison Road. And the next item on the agenda is a public meeting with respect to a combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 644 Garrison Road. And it's going to be a similar process to the process we just went through. The staff member who's going to be presenting information to council will be Daryl Vanderveen. And Mr. Vanderveen, if you're ready to come forward, we're ready to have you provide us with the background.
Members of council, public that may Okay, so this is the public meeting for the proposed combined official plan and zoning amendment for 644. Property is owned by 2350048. Is Antech Design and Engineering. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding the proposed combined plan and zoning for 644 Walden Boulevard. The purpose of this application is to permit development of a 6-story apartment building at the rear of the subject property. Total of 70 of the units are intended for affordable housing. All of the units are intended to be rental units. Land use designation of the subject property is proposed to change. Zoning is proposed to change from highway commercial. Site-specific residential multiple 2 are in 2 zones. The site-specific zoning will contain provisions to permit or reduce parking space access driveway. Public notice. Notification of the August 8, 2022 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. All property owners with 100 application public meeting. Subject property is located in the Walden neighborhood of the town. Property is approximately 2.57 hectares in area and contains 3 development area associated with this application is located. Following summarizes the land uses. North, single detached dwellings, vacant residential. Establishment and vacant. Dwelling in a former rail. West commercial uses. Subject property is currently designated commercial in the town's official plan. Plan amendment is required to change the land use property to residential. Development of a residential apartment building. There are no natural heritage features impacting the site, and the subject property is not identified as having archaeological potential in the town. Subject property is currently zoned highway commercial bylaw. Zoning of the subject property is proposed to change 3 zone. Site-specific residential multiple 2 are in 2 zone. The R2 zone permits residential apartment buildings. Site-specific provisions are also required to reduce the parking space access driveway. Dwelling units are proposed with 70 of the units intended for affordable housing. Required. The applicant is proposing 1.24 parking spaces. Town zoning bylaw normally requires 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit for an apartment. And the site-specific zoning provision is also required to permit or reduce tax. These are 3D renders of the proposed building. At the top is looking north towards the proposed dwelling. As you can see, it's indicating the court in the center. Second image is looking south. One study that was done by the architect. So for most of the year, shadows are actually contained on. So 5 p.m. during the fall equinox, shadow will we received some public comments, a number of them via email, information held in July of last year. One of the largest issues was access off Avenue. Another common issue was building height. People had concern regarding the height of the building. Another common comment was compatibility with the neighbor. A lot of people had issues. Looking east of the site from 6-6, on the right of the image are 3 constructed as part of phase 1. That would be the vacant portion. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. Van der Veen. In regards to the access to Sims Avenue, is there a road access there, or is there, it looks like there's something there, but it's not in the report that it's a road.
Yeah, so through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes, just to clarify that, it's a little bit different than a different situation in the last proposal. So whereas the last proposal was a municipal road allowance, which the applicant was asking to purchase from the town, this piece here does have frontage on a Sims Ave, and it is part of the subject property. So it's not a municipal right-of-way, it is basically a piece of land that provides connection to the larger site to Sims Avenue.
Further to that, so that parcel can be used for a road allowance, like for an access into the area?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes, potentially it could be yes.
One further question in regards to the access onto Garrison Road. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where where is the access to Garrison Road? If you have your little, I see it here, but where is that in relationship to? So you have the 3 restaurants, right?
Right.
And then you have the access to the, I guess it would be the right, when I'm looking at it, of that. Where's the access to Thompson Road? Is that over here? Well, I'm pointing over here.
Yeah, so yeah, just to point out to everyone, this is oriented north, so the other primary access would be heading west along this internal access driveway over the lands to the west to access Thompson Road.
If I can, how close is that median that's on Thompson to that?
I don't have a number for you, but I did drive in there myself. You can make a left off of Thompson heading southbound into that site without having any interference from that median.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Van der Veen. I'm just wondering if you could perhaps comment on this. During this whole process and everything leading up to it, there had been a lot of discussion about the access to Garrison Road and the potential connection to development to the south. And my understanding, and I may be incorrect, and that's why I'm trying to clarify this. My understanding is that a traffic light has been discussed for that potential intersection. And I'm just wondering, has that ever come up during any of the discussions or any of the comments from the region? Because I think it has a significant impact on access and where access would happen, and I'm just trying to get clarification on that.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Dubanow, they didn't explicitly state that in the comments we've received from them thus far, but certainly we could follow up with them and ask them very clearly if their intent is to have a signalized intersection there.
Okay, that would be very good. Thank you.
Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. My concern, and I guess my question is, what type of, and I don't know whether it's study or review, will be looked at in that entire area? I don't know if you've ever been in there on a Saturday, but it is madness in there with the restaurants and trying to get on the Garrison and then trying to get on Thompson. I almost have been hit twice. And even just coming out of the, A&W area there, it's just, I feel like it's unfinished as it is. So I'm curious to know, with this big, huge addition, what type of, I don't even want to say it could be a traffic calming study, because I'm actually talking about the inside of that development entirely. Has that been considered at all?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Zanko, we could certainly ask our infrastructure services staff to provide some expertise on that. I will say the applicant did complete a traffic transportation impact study, although it just analyzed the intersection points and the ingress-egress points. Didn't really speak to traffic along inside the internal roadways. But we can definitely follow up with our IS staff to see if there's any kind of comments they may have on the internal workings of the site as existing, plus, if phase 2 were to proceed as proposed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just so I understand, Mr. Van der Veen, is there a more technical terminology that I can request for that to be looked at in a more, serious fashion?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Zanko. I'm not aware of one off the top of my head either,
Okay.
but I will definitely
Fair.
touch base with our other staff and see what can be done.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Councillor Zanko, you can ask that when we get to the report. Okay. Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Darrell, thank you very much. This reduced access driveway from 7.5 meters to 6 meters, is that for all the access, or is just the one?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lubberts, I believe it only applies to this section of internal access driveways. The rest are all in compliance.
Okay, and how many stories was this again?
This was 6 stories.
6? And what secondary plan does this fall under?
It's not currently within any secondary plan.
There's no secondary plan at all?
No.
So what about community benefits?
At this time, there are none,
No?
other than what may be achieved.
What's
for-
the height restriction for this area?
Well, currently it's commercial, so it's about 3 stories. If council decides to approve to change it to urban residential and RM2 zone, the max height would be 9 stories and 26 meters. They're proposing 6 stories and 19.5 meters in height.
So how does that work? We're going to rezone it, so do we get the community benefits before the rezoning or after?
That we'll have to follow up with. To be honest, I haven't dealt with community benefits myself
Can you
personally
find
much.
out? Yeah, can we request them now? Okay, and moving forward, the parking spaces, 1.24 parking spaces per unit. Why would affordable housing units have less? Is there a problem with affordable housing?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lubberts, I think I might leave that to the agent to explain what their rationale was behind that. Yeah, we haven't, like as staff, we haven't got to recommendation stage, so we haven't done a ton of analysis on the reduced number of parking on this one as of yet, but I take your point.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with it, to be honest with you, because why are they being targeted because it's affordable and you give them less parking spaces? So I would seriously ask that question. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Vanderveen, just looking at this slide, what is the access arrangement then from Thompson Road? Because my understanding is that the owner of the plaza to the west is a different owner than the proponent with respect to this, or the applicant with respect to these official plan and zoning amendments.
Yeah, to Mayor Redekop, that's correct. I actually spoke with the owner myself earlier today. So the applicant had indicated there's an easement over those lands in favor of the subject property. So we're going to have to look into more detail as to what's in place currently and what may be required to secure those access rights into the long term.
I would think that whatever they are, there needs to be some organization of the flow of traffic across that existing plaza, because it's heavy now, as Councillor Zanko intimated, and it would only get heavier if there were 190 rental units on that site. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Oh, thank you.
So now we're going to go to the agent for the proponent or the proponent, the applicant. That could be Candace Mayucci.
Just moving them into the room, Niagara.
Okay, they're coming digitally.
Good afternoon. How is everybody?
Very well, Ms. Miyuchi. Do you have video capacity, or are we just going to be hearing you this
I'm
evening?
working on it. I apologize. I'm at a hotel, so I'm
Quite all right. We've got you.
okay.
Good evening, Ms.
Perfect.
Mikuchi.
Sorry about that. Good evening. We had submitted a slideshow to staff earlier.
Yeah, we have that saved on the drive.
Okay, so do you want to put that up then? Ms. Mikuchi, you can share your screen.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying. I was not expecting that. It does not seem to be letting me do that.
Mr. Patton, is there anything that you can do to assist this, or is there a way that you can get something up here? Okay. Glad you're here. Okay, Ms. Mikuchi, we're going to facilitate this, so
Thank you so much.
that should help. Now, can you see that, Ms. McCucci? We've got it up on our screen.
I can. Thank you guys so much for your patience. So as discussed, we're doing 644 Garrison Road. What you see here is just a rendering of the front of the property. On slide 2, as has been said, the proposal is to change the official plan designation from commercial to residential, and the existing zoning from highway commercial being C3 to a residential multiple 2 special zone. Slide 3 is just basically saying that what we'll do is a quick overview, and I will try and make it as quick as possible because I know council has heard this a fair bit. Slide 4 kind of describes the proposal itself. As stated, it's 190 units, 6 stories. 70 of those units are affordable housing. It is rental style, not condominium. There will be accessible units. The parking is 1.25. We have about 222 spaces as per last revision. And I know the question was quickly asked about why that revision. So the apartment story, it's roughly 42 2-bedroom units and 28 1-bedroom units, which is the breakup of the affordable housing. And it's roughly 60% 2-bedroom units and 40% 1-bedroom units for the remaining number of units of the building. So that's why the parking changes. The assumption is that a majority of 1-bedroom units wouldn't necessarily be 2-car family living circumstances. On slide 5 shows the basic site plan of the property. I know there was some discussion with regards to Sims Avenue with respect to the neighbors, and in discussions with staff, we have closed that. There is no access proposed to Sims Avenue. That is left as green space. In regards to ingress and egress of the property, it would all be from Garrison Road. As everybody is aware, this building is in walking distance to all major amenities, including parkland area and play space. There's been discussions about the Thompson Road entrance exit. That's a private agreement, would be between the owners, and that would be done via easement and other ways. We have completed a full traffic study, which has been submitted to staff in regards to the discussion of the traffic light at the entrance. When you're looking at this drawing, if you see the 2 medians in the southwest corner of the property, that's an existing intersection. It would be too close to put 2 intersections in the same spot. As you can see from this design, there's green space, there's amenity space, sidewalks and pedestrian movement throughout. There's loading for moving capabilities. The question was asked about the reduction to the 6-meter entrance aisle. That 6-meter entrance aisle is internal of the development. So it would actually just be in the areas where the parking is, not in the major drive areas. The next slide just quickly discusses what planning applications. So we're asking for the zoning bylaw amendment and the official plan amendment, and we're well aware that the site is designated under site plan control. And that's where kind of some of the more minor details will be discussed. Slide 7 shows the changes. So it is currently designated commercial. We are proposing residential. The idea being that the existing commercial to single family, having that multi-residential is an improved transition between the uses. As you can tell from the the preliminary building designs, that there's been time taken as far as the architecture and character of the building to help maintain the unique characteristics of the town. In a lot of provincial policies, and there's the concepts of stay and play, there's the ideas of work where you live. So putting this apartment building in an area where there is a lot of commercial and employment opportunities, it does become a further opportunity to improve pedestrian use and the use of the existing facilities of Fort Erie. It is our opinion that this is an efficient land use pattern. As I said, we go from the commercial to a multi-residential to a single-family residential. It's a reasonable transition, and it minimizes any incompatibility with direct commercial abutting those existing residential sites, as well as this will help meet the community needs for much needed housing design in this format. It asks about for the zoning section, it states, so our minimum easterly side yard is requested to be 11.9 meters. That is a reduction from the required 13 meters. Parking would be 1.25, and the 1 for the space. The regular parking request is 1.5, and these breakdowns were discussed with staff a lot in as far as achieving the most parking possible with a balance with the affordable housing, and then the drive aisle access that we discussed. Slide 8 is a list of the permitted uses and comparison between the commercial to the residential. So under the C3 use, which is what the current zoning of the property is, as you can see, we can have a supermarket, we can have taverns, vehicle sales, veterinary clinics, pharmacies, we can put in a motel. These are all uses that we could do without an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment. And the residential RM2 zone that we're requesting permits the fourplexes, apartment buildings, home for the aged, residential uses on the date of record, assisted living, nursing home, and accessory uses to that. This is where we were discussing that this would be a logical transition between the single family dwellings and this existing commercial property as it stands. Slide number 9 compares the zoning bylaw requirements to what is proposed. So in a majority of the areas, we do exceed the zoning bylaw with the exception of the 3 areas that are highlighted, that 6 meters, the number of parking spaces, and the 11.9 meters, which would be 13. If council is asking if we have the 190 units and we were to have the 1.5 parking spaces, it would be 285 spaces, and we're proposing the 222. And the last slide is just a thank you slide, but if you want to go back to slide 5, I'd be happy to answer any questions from council.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCucci. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow, then Councillor Noyes.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you, and through you to the presenter this evening, thank you very much for the information. I just have one question about the affordable component, and I'm wondering if you might be able to answer this. As part of the CMHC system, how long would those units be required to be affordable for? Is that information you're aware of?
I am not aware of that offhand, but I can find that answer out. I do know the owner is in audience. And he might be able to answer that.
Okay.
I think it's 20 years. You know that, Mr. Orlovich? Okay, so you've got somebody presenting, you're asking questions. When that gentleman gets up here, he can tell us what his understanding is. Okay? Anything further?
No, that's
It's
all.
not your turn yet, sir. It's not your turn yet.
We'll get there. Thank you, Your Worship.
We're trying to have organized chaos here. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. It's, my comment is in regards to Sims Avenue, and you, Candace, you did comment that you guys kind of looked at it, and with some of the concerns from the residents, that you decided to take that off the table. My concern is that, although I'm concerned about the residents, I think there's, 4 houses on that street from that entrance to Thompson Road, and that is a signalized intersection?
That's signalized now.
Yeah, Sims is.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It is. Just, I'm surprised that that is not going to be the main access and, access point to this development. I am concerned about 190 units and, let's say, on an average of 300 people trying to perhaps exit onto Garrison Road, which is a 4-lane highway, or exit onto Thompson Road, which is also a 4-lane highway. And actually, right there, I think it's actually 5 lanes, because I think there's a road that's going into the No Frills Plaza there. So would there be any discussion in regards to Sims Avenue, not Sims, but that the access onto Sims be considered as a primary access?
So originally, when this application was received by staff, we did have an entrance exit onto Sims proposed, and it was not supported by staff. So we would be more than happy if council wants to put that entrance exit in. If we were to do that, I would suggest, and this was part of the original suggestion, is that no parking signs be put on Sims to further protect those existing street owners, because we wouldn't want people ever parking there.
Thank you for that. And I think it was mentioned, and I just want to clarify, the exit onto Garrison Road, there was some, I think Councillor Dubanow commented on it, in that it might be a signalized entrance, but I think you mentioned that discussion has happened, and no, it's not going to be a signalized entrance.
We have had the traffic study completed, and there is no proposal for a signalized entrance there. And I just did get a quick text message from the owner. The answer is 10 years in regards to how long those units need to be maintained as affordable.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll have more.
But yeah, in regards to Sims, if that would be council's direction, we could do that.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And thank you very much, Candace, for your presentation. But it's a little difficult to read this slide that we have up here. But from what I can see, the parking lot on what happened here? The parking lot next to Thompson Road. What's going on here? Okay. The parking lot next to Thompson Road, that's not your property for this development?
That is not our property, correct?
Yet? Or yes?
No, it is not our property.
Okay, all right. So, in order to get to the building, you got to go from Garrison Road, you got to go through these other properties and zigzag your way over to the corner. Is that right? Is that the east corner, west corner? Is that where you get into the parking lot for the building?
West side, you would enter down that side abutting the Thompson Road property, and then it becomes strictly residential. So the
And that's
two
where you need the
properties-
easement?
If we were to do this as a requirement to enter exit onto Thompson Road, there would need to be discussions between the owner of each property to allow A, for the Thompson Road Mall to be able to enter exit from this Garrison Road property, and B, and vice versa. It
So-
will be between the two property owners.
So we got the same situation as we had earlier. Your primary entrance and exit is going to be off of Sims Road.
No, our primary entrance exit is off of Garrison Road, which is the current entrance exit that has been constructed.
Yeah, I understand that's the way it's designed, but the way I look at it, it would be much easier for me to get in and out of the parking lot for the unit. It's easier for me to get there through Sims Avenue.
At this time, there is no entrance proposed to Sims Avenue.
Or
That's
what's
why
that
there's no
green
roadway
area
shown.
there in Sims?
That's vegetated green area, and the markers you see on it are people's existing sheds that are off their properties.
So, okay, I see what you're trying to get at, yeah. Very difficult to navigate.
That
But,
piece of property is about, like that strip that you see is just over 12 meters wide. And we had originally proposed the 7.5 meter entrance exit down the center of that portion with buffering and noise attenuation fencing on both sides to protect those properties. Through the past few years with staff, they requested that we not enter onto Sims, but we would be happy to open that back up.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. McCucci, so just sticking with that, you obviously own that strip that goes out to Sims. What about the vacant lots to the west, which would be the third property in from Thompson?
I can't speak to that, but I'm sure when the owner comes up, he would be happy to speak to that.
When who comes up?
The owner is in your audience.
Okay, is he planning on speaking?
He will answer that if needed, yes.
Okay, well okay, so I'm not really asking anything. I don't know whether you've considered that or whether that has been considered. But to go to the access that's proposed off of Thompson Road, that would really require not only a legal agreement, but it would also require some improvements to protect traffic, A, within the plaza, and B, that's moving back and forth, because it's already happening. Traffic is already going across that parking area to get to the three restaurants. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, we're aware that people are utilizing both plazas as a continuous kind of unit. If you were at one place and you were going to the other, yes, people would do that.
Knowing that the access to this property might be confined to Garrison Road, why would the orientation of the building and the parking be such that you have to go to the west side of the property to get into the parking area? Why wouldn't there have been access directly along the easterly limit back to the property, back to the parking lot?
If you look at so this is a surveyed drawing of the properties. And if you look where the entrance exit is of the existing commercial, and you can see it kind of as a small triangle in that lower corner. First of all, it goes over this property. and having the two entrances side by each isn't permittable. So we would have actually had to put our entrance to the center of our property, not utilizing the property fully.
Let me
So what
try to,
we-
let me try to clarify what I'm asking. So the current point of access off of Garrison Road is along the easterly boundary of the southerly portion of the parcel.
Yes.
If that had just continued north along the east side of the property, it could have gone back to the parking area, or what I'm suggesting is, why wouldn't you have flipped this plan so that the parking starts along the east side and then goes behind the building, as opposed to starting on the west side of the parcel, which is furthest away from the Garrison Road access point?
Just to confirm, you're just saying mirror it.
Yes,
Basically.
exactly.
Flip it, mirror it. That can be discussed with the owner. That's a very easy fix. And given the shape of the property, it really wouldn't change much. Yeah, I don't have that can be looked at.
Okay, the second point that I wanted to ask you about was the impact of a community benefits request, since this building at 6 stories exceeds what would typically be permitted, which is 3. And I'm sure you're familiar with community benefits.
No, actually, I was kind of thrown by that, if you want to.
Okay, so that's something that we'll have to ask staff to take up with you and the owner, because it may very well have an impact on the affordability component of the project. And I don't know whether you know this or not, does the height of the building, the number of units, have an impact on the number of affordable units that could be permitted? In other words, if you had fewer units, say five floors instead of 6, which would reduce your parking requirement, does that have an economic impact on the viability of the project?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Micucci. We're going to go then to the public, and we're going to ask
Thank
if
you,
there,
sir.
we're going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to address council in support of the application other than the owner. In support. Please come forward, sir. We require your name and address for the record, sir.
I'm Chris. I'm the current owner of the medical plaza next door, and I live in Virgil.
And your address?
In Virgil?
Yes.
721 Line 1 Road.
Line.
1 Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've never done this before, and what I have here is a very crude aid, but it is what it is. So I look forward to a possible change from commercial to residential. My main concern is the fact that I'm responsible for the maintenance and repair of that strip, and I'll show you on this map here, of parking lot that's been chewed up. There have been potholes there, and I have to repair it, which I did. That's okay. But going forward, I think it's only fair and reasonable, because of this project or the commercial project, it's going to be chewed up again, especially when you have these heavy-duty trucks going through my property to do the excavation and then the final construction. Same thing is going to happen. However, I'm getting ahead of myself. So this is what I was able to come up with.
So, Mr. Chris, the problem with you standing there is that we're not picking up your voice on the,
okay.
on the microphone. So you can hold that up.
Yeah.
And what I would ask you to do is when you're finished your presentation, perhaps hand that up so that we can provide that to the clerk and she can circulate it.
Okay, but can I just, visually, can I do this?
Of course.
Okay, So what you have here on this side is you have Mr. Ben Ku's property. On this side is the Medical Plaza, my property. So the three boxes there are the eateries. Number 3 is the A&W. Number 2 is the Taco Bell. And the number 1, or maybe I've got it mixed up. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. And number 3 is the Starbucks. And by far the most popular eatery is the Starbucks, hands down. And you will see that it is closest to my plaza. So what happens is you have 2 entrances and 2 exits. Garrison Road here or Thompson Road here. Now, if you look very carefully, the Garrison Road, yes, you can get in and out of those eateries and go to Garrison Road. However, there's that sharp turn. Or you can go to Thompson Road, and that's the easiest and the quickest because of the fact there's a straight line that goes from that eatery onto Thompson Road. So why would I want to make a sharp turn here when I can go through the parking lot and onto Thompson Road, which is what people are doing, and they will do. You can put as many stop signs here, you can put a 4-way light, it doesn't matter. Quick and easy is always going to win over this, hands down. So during construction of the 3 eateries, as I said, there were heavy bulldozing trucks and equipment that were going through the parking lot. It's the straight line again. Someone suggested that I put a no heavy truck sign, which I did. Right over here. Of course, it was ignored, and the pavement was chewed up. And I have pictures, because I went there after a heavy rain, and I took pictures of the parking lot. And I got pictures of truck tire marks. I can show them to you, they're on my phone. So that was ignored, and it will be ignored when whatever's going to be here, whether you put a commercial or a residential, they're still going to come the most convenient and easy way. They're not going to come with their heavy equipment around this sharp curve. Why would they? Yeah. So why I'm here is to ask for assistance. I only want what's fair and reasonable to help to pay to repair this narrow strip right here where the arrows are. When the asphalt deteriorates and the potholes again are going to appear. Now, let's remember one thing. There are 9 tenants that operate Monday to Friday in this medical plaza. There are only 2 tenants that operate on Saturday and Sunday, and that's the Remedies Pharmacy and that's the sushi restaurant. So my plaza shuts down, basically. It's virtually empty. So when you think about that, 4 weekends equals 8 days. You multiply 8 days times 12 months, you've got 96 days, or 3 months. So for a full 3 months throughout the year, I'm responsible for the maintenance and repair of that stretch, even though my tenants are absent. I still have to maintain it, and I have to fix the potholes, because I certainly wouldn't want a senior or anybody to fall and injure themselves. So I hope in the future a compromise can be reached that is fair and equitable so that I can get some assistance. So again, regardless of whether it's commercial or residential, it doesn't matter. Everybody's going to come through here, because as we've said before, there is no access to Sims Road. That would be I think that would be a big help. Well, okay. Then there is no other alternative. My hands are tied. So I'm going to request assistance. I need help. Because the potholes are going to be there. There's going to be more traffic once that commercial property is developed or the residential is developed. We all know it's only going to get worse. And let's not forget the Smart Center. So all of the people who go to the Walmarts, who go to the No Frills, who go to the liquor store, what's the quickest way to get to these eateries? Cross Thompson Road, through the parking lot, and you're home free. And then if you want to get out, the quickest and easiest way to get out, you go back to Thompson Road. No curves, no turns, it's straight, it's quick, and it's easy. So I can't stress strongly enough that I'm looking for assistance, something, anything. So again, thank you for your time to hear my side. That's
Chris,
it.
I'm going to see if there's any members of council have any questions, but
Sure.
is there a legal obligation that you're under in order to permit traffic to cross your parking lot, to go to this site to the east?
I'm not aware. I know that there's a right-of-way. That was the right-of-way.
Okay, so this is something you've been advised by the lawyer when you acquired the property?
I assumed, I assumed that everything was looked into, and I acquired the property. So when I acquired the property, there was just an open field. And then all of a sudden, all of this stuff started to happen. And again, I assumed that maybe between the three eateries, there would have been another road
Well, okay,
going on to Garrison.
That wasn't my question, and it's
What's your
not really
question?
responsive to my question. I think
Sorry.
maybe you should speak to whoever represented you when you acquired the property to find out whether there are some legal restrictions that you're under in order to permit access across your property.
I will do that.
Councillor Dubanow, you had a question?
Yeah, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Mr. Chris. This was enlightening, and for someone who hasn't done this before, you did very well. So
Thank you.
I do appreciate that.
Try.
The mayor had mentioned about legal obligations. Are you aware if is there any site plan agreement between the two properties or anything that would permit access?
I don't know.
Okay, because I don't think you're making an unreasonable request, which is going to lead to my next question. I utilize your property every morning when I go get coffee.
Everybody does.
Right.
Sure.
And I mean, it proves, and I go in on your, when I'm going to work, I go in on your property, and then I exit on Garrison, because it travels, and then if I'm coming home,
Yeah.
if it's been a real long day and I want a second coffee,
Right.
I come in off Garrison,
Oh, okay.
and then I exit onto Thompson to continue down Garrison Road.
Dubanow, questions? This is going to be a long night.
My question is, do you want me to stop doing that?
No.
Okay. I hope you have an opportunity to sort something out. I don't think you're being unreasonable at all.
Yeah, I live and let live. All I want is fair. That's all. If I'm in the situation that I'm in, so be it. Okay, but you got to help me out. That's all I'm asking for. Because I know and you know, with this parking lot here, on this side, or wherever, it's going to be a hell of a task to stop people from going to Garrison Road. They're always going to go through my parking lot. Always.
Anything further, Councillor Dubanow? Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. So, going back to what the mayor was saying earlier about the orientation of this building,
Yes.
if the building was shifted towards your property and they used the entrance off of Garrison Road and kept going north to get in behind their apartment building,
That would help.
then it would be easier for those people to get out of the apartment building by going straight instead of going through everybody else's parking lot. They could go straight onto Garrison Road.
That would help.
That would help.
That would help.
But again, we need
Because
to know.
there are no other alternatives. It's
Yeah.
either Garrison or it's Thompson. There is no Sims.
Yeah. But the other thing is if you own the property, I don't see why it is that you have to give them access through your property. And if you are obligated to do it,
There's a right of
then-
way. There's a right of way. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, then somewhere along the line, that right of way has to be shared by not just you, but everybody else, I would think. So, like the mayor says, we need to know that. And if you're under some kind of obligation as a right of way, then I think you need to find where the shared responsibility lies.
Shared would be nice.
Yeah,
Would be very nice.
yeah, okay,
That's only fair.
yeah.
And that's why I'm here.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. Would you leave that
This?
sketch for us, please?
Sure. Whatever it
And
is.
maybe,
Thank you.
is Mr. Vanderveen over there? Maybe you could hand it to Mr. Vanderveen, the staff member that presented. You may need a lawyer before you leave. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council in support of the application? Mr. Patton, could you find out if there's anyone in the waiting room that wishes to address us in support of the application?
Currently, Your Worship, I know we don't think we Candace has her hand up again, but I don't know.
No.
So that's, there's pretty much no other hands right now.
Okay. So then I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to address council in opposition or who wishes to ask questions with respect to the application. Please put your hand up so I can recognize you. Please come forward, sir. And we need your name and address for the record, sir.
It's Hugh Buchanan. It's 1146 10th Street. And I'm probably not the only one who's going to be up here tonight. So a couple of my concerns was I was looking at the zoning bylaw for RM2, section 15.1, and it was never addressed in the presentation here. And it was talking about landscaped area. And on the map that we got in the mail, I looked hard with a magnifying glass, and I couldn't find any landscaped area on the plan. But in the zoning bylaw, it says there shall be provided and maintained in the lot at least 25% of the lot area is landscaped area unused for access or maneuvering space or any other person, playground, basically park and playground. 25% of the lot. Now, I didn't see that anywhere on the plan. And I know for a fact that the nearest park for kids to play in is at least half an hour walk away. So I'm just kind of wondering where people are going to be playing, in the parking lots? I mean, this is supposed to be a family-friendly residential area, so where are they going to play? And another thing is you're talking about the parking. Now, Fort Erie has got a bylaw requirement of 1.5 parking spots per unit, which in this case is 285 for this particular building, which means you're going to be between 65 and 75 parking spaces short. When people start having guests come over on long weekends, stuff like this, where the hell are they going to park? Where are they going to park? They're going to be parking in the bingo halls, they're going to be parking in the mall next door, like the medical center, they're going to be parking across the street at the Walmart, at No Frills. There could be a lot of people walking back and forth across Garrison, across Thompson. Right now, that's the busiest intersection in the whole city. And you're planning on putting a 190-unit apartment building right smack dab in the middle of the busiest area of the city. I mean, I can think of a lot of other areas more appropriate for something like this. Why you're trying to shoehorn this thing into that small area is beyond me. Really, it's not an appropriate spot. And like I say, and then I don't know. I'm sure somebody else has got some other things to say, but these are my primary concerns. one last thing before I go was the traffic flow within this area. How do the pedestrians get from the apartment building to Walmart, or school children get to where the school buses are? Are there going to be dedicated sidewalks inside this thing? I've seen nothing for traffic flow for inside this complex. And I think for kids walking through parking lots from the eateries down to Garrison for a bus stop, or for old people getting down to to Thompson Road through the park. There's all these cars going through parking lots. It's a danger. Anyway, I can't imagine this scenario. Really, I can't. But I've not seen anything in the plans that has a dedicated sidewalk or traffic flow showing like one way or nothing. The diagram itself is so crammed, it's hard to make out any kind of details. Anyway, I was not impressed with the presentation. The first presentation I saw was very well done. This one, not so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buchanan. And we do have in the report some of the correspondence that you had sent to the town, so we've had a chance to review that. But before you go away, let me ask if there are any members of council that have any questions of you. Okay, Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. In regards to that, they're asking for a rezoning, and if, let's say, a large commercial building went up, I would think that, would you not be concerned that the traffic?
No, not really. There'd be more traffic from a residential because there'd be a higher density. Really, the way this thing looks like now, it's like an office building. Office buildings don't really have any green space, and that's really what you're putting in there is like an office building, because it's not adding anything to the area in the way of aesthetics at all like that. It's not like any kind of green zone. I'd rather see a bakery go in there myself. I'd rather wake up in the morning and smell something baking rather than listen to the noise of 190 units. I mean,
Yeah, but there's a long list.
I know there's a long list. I just took that as and I'm not against the building, but I'm just saying maybe it should be smaller, maybe 3 stories instead of 6, so that that there's not as much traffic in that area, so that maybe there would be a little bit of a green space for kids to play. That I don't know if I was looking for a single mother looking for something affordable. Where are my children going to play? What are they going to do? I didn't expect this apartment building to have a swimming pool or tennis courts or racquetball courts or anything like this, but having some kind of a green space, I think is fairly important. And this was not addressed anywhere. In fact, this was not even touched on. When they went through the presentation and they said, these are the things that we don't have, that we don't comply with, landscaping was never mentioned. And yet that is probably, I think, more important than parking. So that should have been addressed, and it wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Buchanan. Is there someone else who wishes to address council? Come forward, Ms. Clausen. Good evening. We need your name and address for the record.
My name is Carol Clausen. It's C-L-A-U-S-E-N. I live at 661 Sims Avenue, which is the corner of Sims and Thompson. Okay, this is not the first thing I was going to address, but I'm going to do it. Access onto Sims Road, I suggest you all drive down Sims Road. It's not wide enough. The road is horrible. So it should never be considered. Now, my first comment, and this is just me, deals with appears to be an error describing the subject lands and the notice of complete application, etc. The first paragraph under the heading Purpose states that the property is on High Street, not Garrison Road.
Yep, you did catch that. That is an error.
You did catch it? Thank you. Confused me for a bit. Okay. Now, I don't object to the project. I just object to the scale. The planning report has an error stating that the development has an existing entrance off Thompson. It does not, and it does not appear on the plan. Any agreement for access using property not belonging to the development is to be covered under a site-specific rezoning or an easement to be approved by the town and registered on title for the property in question. An agreement between property owners does not guarantee access in perpetuity. There's a critical parking shortage. It's impractical that parking be at the 3 existing businesses, as it would interfere with business operations and would conflict with the zoning requirements that were based on those businesses' needs. No allowance was made for the apartment parking, either permanent or temporary. Parking on the adjacent west property would not be practical. I'm saying this because this was suggested on the Zoom meeting, that people could park in those areas. Because of there's no street parking anywhere. There's nothing said about visitor parking that I've seen anywhere. The parking spaces appear to be based on the assumption that the affordable housing units will not have vehicles. All people needing affordable housing are not without vehicles. Therefore, to resolve the issue and conform to the current parking space zoning, wait a minute, what did I do here? The number of units should be based on the available parking spaces. The financial aspect of decreasing the number of units could be offset to an extent by increasing the size of the units, which would command greater prices. There's considerable allowances in that building to increase the size of units. The proposed scale of the development with its limited space would be more suited to a city, not a small town, having considerable developable areas and overall much lower densities. Intensification for this particular area is too great, and a reduction should not hinder the financial position over the overall benefits as outlined in the planning report in regard to transportation, employment, and benefit to the town. Another additional issue is lack of secondary access, which could prove to be a serious shortfall for emergency services, especially considering the congestion at times that surely would be created due to the high number of vehicles, as well as by traffic created by the 3 businesses, all using the same road system. Reduction in units would also help to alleviate traffic flows. The access is subject to heavy traffic on Garrison Road, which will be further impacted by the surrounding proposed developments. Reference was made that access may be available through the adjacent property to the west, but that's not included on the plan. Any agreement should be done through proper rezoning and/or permanent easement. Now, the other things are just basic issues like what kind of fencing are we going to have? What kind of lighting, and another big problem that we have with that property right now is the back of the properties on Sims Road are often flooded because they've piled dirt and it's changed the flow of the water. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clausen. Don't go away. Any members of council have any questions of Ms. Clausen?
Oh, Nick, you're not going to challenge me?
Writing notes down.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Please come forward, sir. And we require your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Keith Glaves, Glaves, 611 Sims Avenue. I'm concerned about privacy mainly. My backyard is A&W. Like if I sit on my deck, I got a real nice view of the A&W parking lot and Taco Bell for whatever that's worth, and the Starbucks. A 6-story building with 4 or 5 stories looking directly into my house, that's really not acceptable. I mean, I'm sure any of you on the council had that, you would be objecting on it too. Green space. They're saying the green space on Sims Avenue. Well, that's right next door to my house. The only green space there was the grass that I cut at the front of their property. The rest of it is bush. So there is no green space there except for the grass that I cut. If they're supposed to have so much percentage, they're not going to be anywhere near it. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glaves. Any members of council have any questions? So there are trees behind your parcel right now?
No, there are trees on the one side of the lot, on one side of me, on the east side,
Right.
and there's a 40-foot lot that belongs to the developer on the west side of the lot. And that's half tree and half grass that I cut.
Right, okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
There's someone else who wishes to address council. Please come forward. You're Mr. Coe, is that correct? Yeah, okay. I should have let you speak before when Ms. Makuchi was on. I didn't recognize you. So I'll let you speak at the end.
Just a few things.
Yeah, okay. Please come forward, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Hobart. I live at 643 Sims Avenue. Everything that my fellow neighborhood is talking about is the same issues that I have in regards to it. I also have in regards the environmental study. If that one slide that we were showing, I walked that area with my dog, and I see a pipe that's sticking out of the ground. I don't know why that pipe is sticking out of the ground. I know the previous owners were a trucking company, so I'm not sure what kind of study was done to say what that pipe is. I'm not sure. I also have problems with, or questions in regards to the buffering fencing that's going to be put up. If it's a parking lot that is there, that's going to be behind my property, I don't want a wood fence because pollution, light, sound. Also, I don't want a car coming through my backyard. It's right on the close. And if they do some sort of I don't know, gardening around the edge, how wide is it going to be? So I would like to really know what is proposed for that. Also for the Sims Avenue, I know that maybe the access to it was not, you guys are not, or I don't know if it's not being approved or what it is, but how is it, what would be that Sims Avenue would become accessible? You would have to do a lot of road changes to it because it is a very much, and the cost of that, so if this development goes through, you're going to have this cost, and it would also require for sewers. I'm assuming that if you were going to do all that work for the roads, that you would also put the sewers in too. So is that going to be a cost that's going to come to all of us in regards to it? I think that was pretty well everything else that they all had talked about. So thank you very much.
Before you go, can I just ask, did you say that you don't want a wood fence?
I do not want a wood fence.
Just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that would be suffice for protecting me from cars coming through because my backyard,
You're
and I
looking at
have a
some type
long,
of- Yeah, you're looking at vegetation, trees, that type of thing.
yeah, and the pollution and also sound. If you're gonna put cars there, people have a lot more noisy vehicles now. So I have issues.
Thank you. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much. I think we may have spoken on the phone about this early on,
Yeah.
but I've spoke to several individuals, so I apologize if I'm confusing. You mentioned the fence. I don't think that that's an unreasonable request. I think Ms. Clausen and I had even discussed about that. I'm wondering if perhaps we can, as the site plan process moves forward, where we get into the nitty-gritty details, if we can perhaps, continue contact with you and the other residents there, so that if you do have concerns, like a wood fence isn't going to work, if you can provide us with the feedback to hopefully say, no, we need something soundproof, or we want something more decorative, just so that we can do what we can to mitigate this as best as possible if it moves forward. So I'm asking you if you keep in communication with us, just so we can continue doing that.
Okay, I can do that. So-
Much appreciated.
Any other members of council have any questions of Ms. Hobart? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Just want to really, really stress in regards to the sidewalks and the people walking from,
That's an excellent- yeah, that's an excellent
just
point.
really, because we walk it. I walk my dog through there, and I'm on the driveway, I'm looking for the cars, so, thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition or address council? Could you go to the digital waiting room?
Your worship, we have one person with their hand up.
Okay, please bring that person in.
You can hear me okay?
Good evening, Mr. Wiseman.
Good evening, Your Worship.
We can see your name. We need your address for the record, please.
The address is 311 Helena Street in Fort Erie.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, I sent a document in this morning, which you guys may have received or may not have received. I have a screen here that I can share to just kind of outline my notes and stuff.
Yeah, we did receive a copy of it.
Okay. Then what I'll do is I'll just have you guys look it over yourself. I won't bother reading it out loud. And I'll just state some notes here that I have. I'm really upset with city planners, and I'm sorry that this seems to be an ongoing thing that's been going on for years, and nobody seems to be paying attention to the fact that as residents of Fort Erie, it seems that the planning staff is inappropriately making choices for us, taking away our rights. And this comes to the Town of Fort Erie official plan 4.7.4.1. And if you're looking at the chart there, you can see that the Walden Avenue neighborhood plan is not yet complete, not yet done. Now, earlier in the presentation, a builder, I believe, one of the people said that there was no neighborhood plan in place or no plan in place, and that is true. There isn't a neighborhood plan in place, and a neighborhood plan is mandatory to be in place. A neighborhood plan is not considered to be a provincial secondary plan, which is what you're following right now and doing a really good job of it, a really good job of following the provincial secondary plan process. But the Town of Fort Erie official plan has an additional factor that needs to be done mandatorily before a secondary plan can be done, like it's happening right now. So as soon as a large development is proposed and brought to the town planning staff, they're supposed to put a moratorium on it, stop it right at that point. It should never have reached the public point where I was talking with Anamika, and I see that my comments pretty much weren't written down about this in the official notes that I read for this particular meeting here. So I made sure that my notes were provided to you and the other councillors so that you would have an idea exactly what it is that is the problem that seems to be a consistent problem, not only with this development. And again, I'm not opposed to development in Fort Erie. Fort Erie can be, but it needs to be developed the way that Fort Erians decide. That residents of the Walden neighborhood need to decide what's going on in the Walden neighborhood. Here we have a large development that may significantly impact the neighborhood, and therefore it shouldn't even be being considered at this point. It should be tabled until the Walden neighborhood plan is done, and then the rules, all the considerations that the neighborhood decides that they want or don't want in their neighborhood can be decided for the provincial secondary plan process that is currently being done and we're talking about right now. So if any of the neighbors were to decide to go to the LPAT on this, they could definitely use this as one of the justifications, in addition to all the other things that have been being talked about. For example, there's really no provisions for bicycles. There's the fact that you're changing a commercial area into a residential area. That's a huge, significant change that definitely qualifies under the neighborhood plan significance. So that's pretty much what we're doing, is that we want to make sure that, and this isn't the first time, the Harbortown development, oh my goodness. And 672 Edgemere and the 613 Helena Street. So there's 4 different developments right now that are being considered or being processed that are being done, in my opinion, respectfully, illegally. And the town planning staff is just handing you councilors these projects, and they're supposed to take care of this at their level. It's never supposed to come to your level until it actually complies with the official plan, which it is not. And I don't know why the neighborhood planning process seems to have stalled and stopped, maybe financial reasons or something. But you as town council can then just simply make a new official plan. Take that out of the official plan. But as long as it's there, you legally have to follow it. At least that's my opinion. I'm just a cowboy from the bush. What do I know? So I have, I just wanted to make sure that this was on the record, that the town planning staff has been, I feel, violated, taking away our rights and our ability to have our own say in our own neighborhoods, which was put in 2011, which was put in the official plan, ratified in 2011. And I feel it's the town council's responsibility as our representatives to make sure that their staff is following the official plan. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiseman. I usually get to ask that. Are there any members of council that have any questions of Mr. Wiseman? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Mr. Wiseman, thank you very much for bringing up the neighborhood plan issue. Are you aware that there's other projects in the town that move forward without a neighborhood plan?
Yes, you asked me this a couple of years ago when I was talking about the 613 Helena Street, which they're again trying to put forth. And as soon as I mentioned it was to be presented to you at council, and as soon as I popped my head up, they canceled that particular meeting. I'm not sure why. Probably didn't have anything to do with me. But I just gave you 3 other examples. I gave you the Harbortown, which was done completely without the neighborhood, with the Lakeshore neighborhood plan. I gave you the 613 Helena Street, which has been being done without the Craft neighborhood plan in the middle of an environmentally sensitive zone, and a whole bunch of other historical things that I don't need to go into right now. And also right across the street from me, there's the 672 Edgemere development, which is again a large development that is proceeding without the neighborhood plan, to the point where, and I put an additional separate document in to all your council members, asking if you would please, I beg of you, check this out. So there's 4 altogether right there. I'm not a city planner. I hire city planners. I've spent $100,000 of my own money in the last 4 years researching this, making sure I have the right lawyers, the right city planners, the right traffic experts, so that I know that what I'm saying is, according to everybody I'm hiring, the facts. So I find it ridiculous that a private person in the town has to spend that much of their own money to do what the town planning staff is supposed to do. Like, what is going on here? Why is the developers getting all this attention and nobody's paying any attention to the residents that are here that want to preserve the integrity and character of Fort Erie?
Okay, thank you very much. That's why I brought up the question to Mr. Van de Veen earlier about what secondary plan this falls under, and obviously there is none And I think you're absolutely correct. We shouldn't be considering this application at this time. Thank you.
Are there any other members of council that have any questions of Mr. Wiseman? Thank you very much, sir. There doesn't appear to anybody. We did receive a copy of your material, and we also received the emails that you sent out earlier today and before today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, can we have a, would you like to move that we extend the time? Until when? 11?
Yes, I'm going to say 11.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to extend the time to 11 o'clock. Should we need it? All those in favor? All those who would rather not vote? Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, so we're back to anyone who wishes to address council in opposition to the application. Is there anyone else here? And if not in the room, Mr. Patton, does anyone else have their hand up to address council on this? Okay. Mr. Coe, I apologize for missing you before. I didn't recognize you back there with your hat on. If you did want to...
I can talk to the neighbors directly.
That's fine. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So if there are no further... Madam Clerk, was there additional information that you had received that should be referred to in the...
Yes, Your Worship. I did receive two late communications that came in after the posting of the report. One was from Mike Beauchamp, and he was expressing concerns on the development, and I also had one from Chris Hawkswell and Garrison Road Self-Storage Limited, advising of their full support and confidence in the development, and their comments will be appended to the minutes.
Okay, great. That being said, no further individuals coming forward. I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to move to the consent agenda. Yeah, we have to deal with the report. I almost thought we were past that. Yes, let's deal with the report since it's fresh in our minds. So can I have a mover to put that on the floor? Councillor Butler. That report is on the floor then for questions or comments. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm going over the report, the narrative that we were sent, and some of the Niagara Regional comments in regards to transportation. They did look at the intersection of Sims Avenue and Thompson Road as being a possible exit access, whatever you want to refer to it, amongst the others that was included in their study. So they didn't take it off the list, and I don't know how that impacted their recommendation that there wouldn't be an issue if they were assuming that exit would be used or that entrance would be used off of Sims. I do agree with the residents that the current state of Sims Road needs to be brought up to urban standards. It needs to be widened with the curbs and the gutters, et cetera, and sidewalks, and that if they are going to use Sims Avenue, and to be perfectly honest, it's not going to be popular tonight, but I do think Sims Avenue seems to be the best exit in regards to, if this development goes forward, I don't want to see 300 cars trying to exit and compete with Starbucks and those other two establishments, plus the medical clinic and everything else. It's just going to make it worse for the owner of the building, of the property adjacent to it. It's not going to help the situation. It's going to make it much worse, and I think you're going to end up doing it 5 years down the road if you don't do it now. But definitely improvement to Sims Avenue. I think that should be part, and I don't know how this works, if that would be then considered the developer's cost, or whether the town would have to absorb that through development charges. But Sims Avenue would definitely have to be improved upon. Even from emergency vehicles, like I think the one gentleman brought it up about emergency vehicles trying to get in and out. If Sims Avenue isn't an access, I think you're going to have a problem with emergency vehicles trying to compete with all the other public. And we're not, my other concern is this is not a green space that we're changing to a residential area. This is a commercial area that could have all kinds of commercial activities, including a nursing home, well, there's a whole list of things. Nursing homes could actually have more residents in it than the apartment building would. So, when you move there, and that's probably why that access to Sims was there in the first place, because they figured they'd probably be using it. The other thing, I was on council when the intersection at Sims Avenue was done, and I can remember the discussions then. And one of the discussions was, we need that intersection. I can remember the individuals coming from Sims and 10th, because they were concerned about the development happening on the other side at the Smart Center. They wanted a lighted intersection because they saw that this particular intersection, this particular road, Sims, would be used when the development in the commercial area would happen. That's why there is a signalized, even a left turn lane on that, and that goes back many years. But I can remember the arguments then from those residents saying, we need it signalized. You can't just put the Smart Center on the other end of Thompson Road. We're going to have trouble getting in and out of our road and things like that. So that was the purpose of that signalized intersection, was knowing that the development was going to happen. And I think it was done for all the right reasons. And if you can't have a signalized entrance off of Garrison, I think then you have to look at what is the best for everyone, those living on Sims, but also those who are going to be occupying the building. So the other thing, too, is that we do need affordable housing. This is going to have 70 units. I can remember over the years having people calling me up saying Albany Place has a 2-year waiting list, and other places there's just no place to go. I can't manage my home, but there's no place to go. We definitely need an apartment building in this area, and if you look up where affordable housing should go, it should go in a place like this, which is within a walking distance or easily accessible to malls and different amenities. You have a medical center right there, you have a pharmacy right there, you have the grocery store, you have all kinds of things there that people could use that are retired or are also, let's say, I would use them. I think everybody would use them, but that is the place, if you wanted to have a checklist for where affordable housing should go, that would meet most of the checks. It would be checked off most of the list. Anyway, I'm talking in circles now, so I'll go.
No, that was very enlightening. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. And I want to thank the residents who came out this evening. I've spoke to some of you on the phone, had the opportunity to actually walk the site and visit the area with some of you as well. I appreciate that because I know this is a difficult situation to have something like this so close to your home. And certainly some of the issues raised tonight are things that I hope we can address. The biggest concern that I have right now for the moment is Mr. Chris had mentioned about the access through his property, and I even provided my own example of how I utilized it. I was always under the impression through discussions with staff and others that there was a site plan agreement for access. It sounds like that might not be the case. It might be an easement. I'm hoping planning staff, as well as the proponent and Mr. Chris can kind of come together and iron something out. I agree with Mr. Chris. I don't think it's fair that if a neighboring property is utilizing his property to cross over and it's causing wear and tear to his property, that there shouldn't be an agreement to do that. So I think that's paramount and important if the Thompson Road access is to remain. I know that there's been concerns about lighting on the site raised, so certainly these are going to come up during site plan, but hopefully we can do something that's dark skies compliant that limits the light just to the property itself. I would be furious if light was shining down on my yard, and I completely understand the concern the neighbors have with that. There was some discussion about fencing. We had some mention of that. That'll come up during site plan as well. I do think we have an opportunity to kind of get a meeting of minds on that. Flooding has also been a concern, and I apologize, because I took notes down with some of the things that were brought up that I wanted to bring up during the report for planning staff so that they could make note of this. Flooding on the site now, under its current condition, I think we might have to get someone out there to take a look, just to see if there's something we can do to rectify this. I understand construction, there's challenges, but I don't think it's fair that the neighbors have to deal with that. I'm just looking here. Parking on the street. This is something that I've had quite a bit of discussion with residents. If we do find, regardless of whether there's an access off of Sims, I'm not in favor of that, because I think it would be too impactful to the existing residents, and I think if we can get a kind of iron something out with the region about perhaps a signalized intersection, knowing there's going to be development on the south, and the mayor had raised about the possibility of moving the building, I think that may be a more kind of a better situation on how to resolve this. But regardless of whether we have access to Sims or not, I do think if we notice that parking is becoming an issue, that we need to move fast to get a bylaw in place to prohibit parking. I wouldn't want to do it ahead of time, because as I've explained to the residents, if parking is not an issue and we don't find anyone parking there, those no parking signs will affect the residents in the neighborhood as well. You won't be able to park in front of your own house if those signs are up. So better to deal with it if it becomes a problem, rather than to assume it'll be a problem and then only shoot your own foot off when there's no one else parked on that street there and no one was going to. So those are the concerns I have. Councillor Noyes brought up a good point about the need for affordable housing and apartment housing. Albany Place is not even an affordable building. It's probably one of the more expensive apartment buildings here in town. I think a one-bedroom unit there, it's probably more now, but I think campaigning 4 years ago in that building, it was around $1,600 a month for rent. There is definitely a waiting list even for upmarket rental units. So there's a need in the community, and I think we all understand that there's that need. It's just a question of how we deal with it and how we mitigate the impacts. That site, with the traffic moving back and forth through it, and I'm in there every day, I agree there needs to be improved pedestrian access, maybe, even better wayfinding signage. There's lots of things we can do, but we can get to them during site plan and also the recommendation report as this moves forward. So I am going to support this evening. The conversation's going to continue. We also have a site plan process coming up, and we'll go from there. And the developer will have conversations with residents. Planning staff will continue to have conversations. It's what we do, and we'll go from there, and we'll see what we can come up with. So thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. My first question is, I guess I'll direct it to Mr. Hurlowich. Why is it that we are even considering this project and violating our official plan policy?
Mr. Hurlowich?
Yeah, excuse me, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, the applicant has the right to apply to amend the official plan. The Planning Act provides every landowner in the province to be able to apply to change his designation.
Yes, I understand that, but our policy is that we won't consider any large-scale development unless we have a neighborhood plan.
Oh, I
so
see.
how do we get around that? We have it in our official plan that's what we do. If they have a right to make the application, but we have the right to say we can't consider it at this time, we don't have a neighborhood plan.
You're referencing section 4.7.4.1 of the official plan, which Mr. Wise referred to.
4.7.4.1, yes.
Correct. Mr. Hurlowich.
Yes, so so in essence, there are a number of items that are outlined in the official plan that would have to be met. The policy does say will do a neighborhood plan or prepare a neighborhood plan. It doesn't say shall. You know, shall is a mandatory, although the speaker said we were operating illegally. I think there is a difference between will and shall. I don't know, his submission cited several references to that. So in essence, there's a difference between will and shall. As well, this property is on the periphery of a residential area. It's in a commercial plaza. This was to be a big box store. Obviously, big box did not come, and the landowner is looking to develop this with a residential property, which we see as being supportive of the commercial area. It brings in a market to support shopping, services, and many of the other uses that have already been noted at tonight's meeting.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much. And Mayor Redekop, I get all of that, and I get the whole idea of will and shall, but I think the intent of council at the time when they put together the official plan policy, right, that was their intent, not to consider any major developments until we had a neighborhood plan. And the will area and the shall area, that there, from my perspective, falls under legislation from the province or the federal government or whatever, that you shall do certain things. But when we put together our official plan, we made it clear to everybody that this is what we will do before we consider any major development. We will do these things for the residents of Fort Erie. And now our planning staff is saying, oh, well, you didn't put shall in there, so now we can just ignore our residents.
Councillor Lubberts, I think what may make sense here, because this is a 3-line provision, which includes more than the word will or shall. It also makes reference to large-scale development, et cetera. I think we might be best served if we ask Mr. McQueen, the CAO, to ask the lawyer, the municipal lawyer, to provide us with some advice with respect to the significance of paragraph 4.7.4.11, which relates to the issue that you've raised. And then at least we've all got the benefit of that, instead of putting the onus on a planner to provide us with legal advice as to whether will is more or is less compelling than shall. So, Mr. McQueen, can we do that?
Yeah, that would be fine. If I could just chime in for a second. I think planning staff are doing their best to provide professional advice based on established processes and official plan and policies that have been laid out by council. I just want to make the correction that has been sort of characterized that staff have violated some policy. So I just would like to clear for the record that they're providing professional planning advice, which may come contrary to other views and opinions, but it is their professional role here, I believe, to provide that advice to council and stick to that. So if I could just make that point of clarification, that'd be appreciated, but I can follow up with our lawyer for that legal.
You certainly may make that observation. That's your job. You're protecting your team. And I, for one, don't think that the planning staff is trying to hoodwink council, but I do think that this is a perplexing issue that you've raised, and you've raised it before. I think I'd like to get the benefit of knowing what the contents of that provision actually mean in the context of what we're doing. So
Yes, you're right, Mayor Redekop. I did raise it before. I raised it with Harbor Town. I raised it with the development on Craft Road. And even you commented on the one on Craft Road when our planner said that it wasn't considered significant impact to the neighborhood. And that development definitely will have a significant impact on the neighborhood. Same with this development. It will have a significant impact on the neighborhood. So
it could be, but my recollection is that the appellants in the Harbortown case didn't raise the issue of there being no neighborhood plan. I don't know whether that was on legal advice to them or whether it was something they overlooked.
I brought it up.
Well, you may have brought it up, but you weren't an appellant at the Ontario Land Tribunal when the matter was dealt with, when Harbortown was dealt with.
Yes.
So let's hear what Ms. Sturton can provide us with, and then we can see where we are.
Yes, thank you very much. And further to that, looking at this here and discussing things with the neighbors, and one of my biggest problems here is this whole arrangement with how you're going to get in and out of this development. And I don't see that there would be any problem with the owner to shift this whole building to the west side of the property. And then he could have a straight north-south exit and entrance to the parking right to the back of the property. And then that will alleviate the problem that the other gentleman brought forward about them going through his parking lot. Because like he said, the easiest way is going to be the straightest way, the shortest point between A and B. And if he moves everything to the west, then that will be the straightest line and the shortest distance between A and B. So I would ask staff that they would recommend to the developer that he shift the whole building to the west.
With you on that, Councillor Lubberts, and I believe that the owner's consultant indicated that that's something that she would take up with the owner. Any other members of council? Then I'm going to call the vote. Oh, wait a second. I had a couple of questions. I did have a question with respect to the issue of landscaping. The report indicates, and Mr. Vander, if you're still here, the report indicates that landscaping at 25% is required, but the application meets that. It's on page 6 of the report.
Yeah, to Mayor Redekop, that is correct. The current proposal is meeting the 25% landscape requirement.
And so that is the buffer areas and the area in front of the building?
Yes, as well as the green space, so to speak, between the parking area and Sims Avenue.
Okay. The other question that I had relates to the community benefits. That's not an issue that was discussed with the developer?
Not as of yet. We'll have to look into that further, and we'll have that in a future recommendation report.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, Councillor Noyes of Mr. Vanderveen?
Yes, actually, one that you raised. If Sims Avenue does become the access point or one of the access points, obviously it's not going to be any more green space. So then they would have to move the green space someplace else. It would still require the 25%, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Okay, if there are no other questions, I'm going to call the question with respect to the recommendation and report. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That now takes us to the consent agenda. And I noticed that Councillor Butler had to leave. She was good enough to keep us here till 11. Okay, are there any items that anyone wishes removed from the consent agenda? And before we go there, we'll give the members of the audience an opportunity to leave if they wish. Any items out of the consent agenda items? So I'd like to have CS 12 2022, which is the procurement policy, removed. Because I'm going to hand the chair over to you, Councillor Zanko, when we get there so that I can ask for it to be deferred. Okay, if there are no others, then I need a motion to put the consent agenda on the floor. Councillor Lubberts. Okay, any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just in regard to the short-term rental planning study. I do think that it's good that we have a community focus group being planned. Now, I will recall that we had one before, many years ago, regarding this exact issue, and I'm hoping that we will resurrect the notes of that, because there was a number of, I think we had about 20 people involved in that. I was one of the council reps on that, and we had some really good ideas and suggestions that unfortunately were lost on the cutting floor, let's just put it that way. But I think one, put down here, hang on. The one comment in the report, it talks about that, something about short-term rentals that we require to maintain a healthy, sustainable coexistence with short-term rentals as a land use with other community land uses. It appears that the position that's being taken that short-term rentals are a necessity, like I'm reading into that. And I don't think short-term rentals are necessarily a necessity. I think they have existed for many years in some areas, with minimal issues being raised, but with the proliferation of short-term rentals, I don't want this, I don't take the viewpoint that it's a necessity to have short-term rentals. I don't think that's something I would necessarily want. I'm speaking for the people in Ward 6, I don't think we want short-term rentals in Stevensville or Black Creek to any great extent. And I don't think it's a necessity or that it would be a healthy viewpoint to have. So I just, that one comment in there, I just take issue with it, that indicating there's a necessity to have short-term rentals.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. I think it would be very important to make sure that the makeup of the group, if this report is passed, is at least reflective of the community, and more so than the industry and the users of short-term rentals. But since Mr. Miller is not here this evening, Mr. Orlovich, you'll make note of that? Thank you. Councillor Noyes, did you have any other reports that you wanted to comment on? I'm not encouraging you. There.
The one question I have with Delaware Avenue Road extension, that they're looking at the extension that the town is taking up that cost, basically to join two dead ends, so they're no longer dead ends?
That's correct. And but the major extension is going to be at the cost of the property owner.
Okay, and that's not something we could pass on to the property owner if we wanted to, right?
Well, he can get the extension of Delaware Avenue without connecting those two dead ends. So we're actually expending some money to make sure that it's a more efficient transportation pattern in that area.
Okay, thank you. And the other one, we had a memo sent to us today about IS 30-2022. I think it came in late. I think we got it later this afternoon, in regards to the Town Line Road servicing study.
Yeah, so there will be a public consultation process, and that's the appropriate time for the property owners to be requesting an opportunity to intervene in the process. This will simply get the process underway.
I think that was, the other is the procurement. Oh, that's on the, I just want to make sure that we get a garbage can in the park in Douglas. Hey, it's needed, but anyway, that's all.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions, any members? So, Mr. Stojanovich, in connection with IS 28, which is the extension of Delaware Avenue, I take it that we will receive money in advance before any of that work is done?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I note, again, Mr. Stojanovich, I note that there's work proposed for Elm Street between Park and Ridge Road. Off the top of your head, and if not off the top of your head, at what point will there be work done between Ridge and Prospect Point Road on Elm, which I believe does need to be done?
Yeah, just, off the top of my head, I'm not
But you can provide that information to us?
We could.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. If no one else has any other questions, then I'm going to call the question on the consent agenda except CS 12, 2022. All those in favor? That is carried. Can we have a mover for the procurement policy? Councillor Zanko, did you put your hand up?
Sure, I'll move that.
Okay. So I can't hand the chair to you. Can I hand the chair to you, Councillor McDermott? Okay. I'm glad to see that you're convivial as usual.
Okay, Your Worship.
So I just wanted to ask council to agree to defer this to the September committee meeting, which is September the 12th, 19th. There is a council September the 12th, so that we can have an opportunity to really review this. This is a lengthy document, as were several others, and I'm feeling that I need an opportunity to have some further dialogue with staff. Unfortunately, I missed the corporate services meeting last week, so I would ask that this be deferred to September the 12th for consideration.
All in favor? Carried. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the consent agenda, and that takes us then to Planning and Development Services. Councillor Dubanow, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Planning and Development Services is in session for the evening. We have presentations and delegations this evening. The first one we have is Stacy Willick, landscape architect with the IBI Group, and that's regarding Lion Sugar Bowl Park splash pad design. Ms. Willick, welcome. The floor is yours. Go right ahead. Yeah. I don't think you want to talk about 644 Garrison Road again. All right, there we go.
Okay, so this is just in regards to the design of just for context, focus of currently around the Kimberly and Niagara region. So what we've gone through analysis, concept development, brought that to the public stakeholder. Part of this project is the demolition of the and just highlighting the strengths and weaknesses of opportunity area. Concept development. Initially, we prepared 3 different concepts, sort of allowing the public the opportunity to see washroom, location of the splash pad, location of the stage structure, and how correlated with. So just doing this option, putting the splash pad furthest away from Gilmore Road, washroom on the east side, and then shade structure. Also how we're connecting, adding more connections. So option or concept 2, sorry, splash manufacturers of splash pads and had them offer different elements, so we were able to present options. And just for the public feedback. And then shade structures, similar idea, looking for opinions. Washrooms, for the public stakeholder, these were the main four that we presented. And different aesthetics, what we were looking for is more external. We already knew we wanted 2 universal stalls, and then we are looking at including all the mechanical and everything for the splash pad within the building. And then moving on to the public stakeholder consultation, we'll just go through some of the feedback we received. So the stakeholder engagement, some of the things we heard, accessibility, how the overall maintenance of the park, and a big one was shade as well. We heard similar feedback through the stakeholder, the public open house, which was also held on June 16th. Preferences for the concept number 2 came about during this and the next section. And again, the theming, we seem to notice that a lot of people preferred a theme that was relevant to the area, so something that was more in line with the river or the pond that was adjacent to the splash pad. Another one was we were looking at smaller, more intimate shade structures. Just in light of everything recently, people were more in favor of having their own personal shade. And then, preventing vandalism, etc. We also posted on Let's Talk Fort Erie. Again, similar feedback. And that's all included in the report. So, within the report, you'll find all the recommendations that we tried to follow when we were preparing a preferred concept. And then just moving on to that preferred concept. So we've sort of gone with the concept number 2, slight modifications. One thing that was noted is shade structures. Initially in our concepts, we were looking at shade structures primarily close to the splash pad, but there's also a need for them with the playground as well, right? So we've sort of modified the layout of the pathways in this one as well, creating a more fluid line, creating additional loops within the park for walking, etc. And then the washroom located on the west side. From a servicing perspective, this also provides the best option from Gilmore Road. So there's a few factors in choosing that location. Now the preferred splash pad theme, we're proposing the river journey. With this version is the modified version to fit the space that we've created, and looking at doing a paving pattern within it, simplified from this a little bit, but keeping those features local to the area, and keeping that theme going. And then here's another image just from a different perspective to give you some idea of the height. And then preferred shade structures, so we are looking at these umbrellas, both with the option of no seating underneath, or lounge chairs I should say, underneath, and then accessible table and benches, so it'll have 3 benches on the side of the table there. The preferred washroom, the design has slightly changed. The Parks and Facilities Division has indicated to us that they would prefer a concrete building just for the longevity of the building and from a maintenance perspective. So we are proposing that we switch to a concrete. The initial ideas that were proposed to the public were all typically wood frame construction. So that is the one change from there. And then this is just a sort of idea from an accessible point of view. You're looking at, so these are the universal, which will also include adult change tables, 2 buildings, and then on the back side will be the mechanical room with the door. So that side will face the walkway. And then, so where we sort of currently are is at the council stage, looking for approval on the design to move forward so that we can get this, the construction documents done and to tender for construction next year. So that was sort of the fast track through everything.
And we appreciate that. As well. Thank you very, very much. Do any members of council? Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Through you to Ms. Willick. Just out of curiosity, there's just two parties that I wonder if you kind of review these plans with. One would be staff, town staff that have to maintain the grounds.
Yep.
Do they get a chance to look at this? And I'm talking about the staff that look after lawn care and actual maintenance. Do they get a chance to review the plan as well, just to ensure that it's efficient? I mean, on slide 22, there's a little green area that when I look at that, I think, you know, I don't typically cut much grass, but if I did, I would think that would be really difficult to maintain. So that's why I'm wondering if this plan is reviewed by
Yes, I should
park staff.
clarify that this portion within is part of the playground. So this isn't actually part of our design, so this area isn't finalized yet. We are just responsible for sort of outside, and we are proposing that we cut this top portion off the existing pathway. So there's an existing pathway through here, and we are just proposing to cut this back. So currently, the actual playground space is sort of within there and a little bit below. So we're keeping we're offering them the similar size space, but we are not responsible for the actual design within that in terms of the maintenance. But speaking to maintenance staff, they have been involved in the design the entire way through.
Okay.
So.
And just the second, I know I've seen the list of stakeholders that you engaged, but my second thought is I'm hopeful that there's a lot of mothers that are engaged in this process, because essentially they're going to know, you know, when I see things like steel structures and water, I think my child would slip on that. So just getting a mother's perspective too, I think would be super helpful.
Yeah, so we've had a few mothers speak to some degree. Some comments we received back, going back to say the third concept. I can't recall if this one shows it or not. We might have moved it by that point. At one point, we were proposing like the washroom in between here, and the perspective was if we put the washroom there for the park, you're also inviting the public that's not necessarily involved with the playground or the splash pad. You're inviting everyone into one space. So at least putting it on the outside, it keeps with the fluidity of or allows people to move through without necessarily entering the spaces with the children and et cetera, if that's not what their intended use of the park is, right?
Sure. And actually, I should clarify and apologize. I shouldn't just say mothers, parents in general.
Parents in general, yep. Yeah, we've had feedback from a number of people in regards to that and the safety. And again, another point when the washroom or shade structure was proposed right in the center of this was a sightline issue as well. In terms of the splash pad, the safety of that and everything, the concrete is meant to be, the surface is meant to not be like slip resistant. It does have its standard practices and such, so following all that.
Thank you, Councillor Zanko. Any other members of council? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Just a quick question. In the narrative, it talked about that it's going to be a rubberized surface both for the playground area and the splash pad?
Not the splash pad, just the playground area.
Just the playground area?
Yeah. Splash pads are typically made with concrete, yeah.
It's beside the splash pad, but you can't, okay.
Yeah.
All right, it's getting late.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Was that everything, Councillor Noyes?
Yes, that was it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for your presentation. Just a couple quick questions about the orientation and of everything. I see the pond is at point 10.
Yep, up here.
Is over here, and then Gilmore Road is at the bottom of my screen.
Yep.
And I'm concerned about the elevation of where everything here is going to be. And the reason I'm saying this is years ago, the company I worked for, we did the Festival of Lights and Friendship Festival and so on for the town. We were the electricians. Mm-hmm. And it gets real wet down in here.
Yep.
And I mean, for us in the winter, the problem was getting the equipment out of there because it was all frozen by the time we got it out. But I'm concerned about if we get some wet weather, that we're not going to be able to, well, you can use it down here, but it's going to be awful soggy and cause problems. Are we going to make sure that we got proper drainage?
Yes, so there's an existing swale along here, and this is sort of the wet zone per se down here. The actual splash pad will be slightly raised from where it currently.
It's up further up the hill, closer to the pool?
No, we're talking like a meter higher than what the current grade is, approximately.
Yeah, but I see the splash pad is 1, right?
Yeah, over here.
So-
The existing pool is right there where 9 is. So
Okay, that's
it's
the
similar,
existing
it's
pool.
gonna be
So
it'll be
you're
similar.
basically going to be up the hill a little bit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it
so
definitely
you
won't
should
be in the
good
slow
there,
part.
yeah.
Yeah.
But are we thinking of putting any drainage in just in case we get too much weather?
We weren't anticipating changing the swale in any way, the existing area that is meant for drainage, except for putting in one culvert underneath this pathway.
Yeah.
To
okay.
accommodate for that water to go through.
All right,
And then the whole
yeah.
pathway will be slightly raised until it matches
Yeah,
the
I
existing.
just thought I'd give you the heads up because I know the conditions in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Our initial inventory was done in the spring during a wet point, so we actually got to see that. So.
Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. Any other members of council? Questions, comments? I think you're off the hook, Ms. Willick. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation. So that now moves us on to our second presentation for the evening. It is Chris Young of, it looks like Young McNamara Professional Corporation on behalf of Carlo Montemero. Mr. Young.
Good evening. For the record, address is 18 Albert Street East, Thorold, L2V 1P1. I am a lawyer, and I'm here with the owner, the project planner or manager for the project that we're going to be discussing, 1 Burns Place. So I'm here today to request that the council defer any decision with respect to designating this property as a heritage property. I did send some material in earlier today. I'm not certain if everyone has read it, but hopefully are, so I won't have to repeat everything. But what I would like to request is that it be deferred so that my client, together with his planner and the project manager, can have discussions with respect to the planning department with respect to this property. I note that there has been a recommendation that it should be made a heritage property. There has been some difficulty in communication during COVID. At one point, I had written to the town and indicated that I was working for Mr. Montemero, and then what happened was that the project manager took over, and she had some discussions with, I believe it was Miss Richardson. She is no longer with the town, and I think basically the thing fell by the wayside. But one problem I do have, and I think it's very important for my client, is to understand this. The property is 3.2 acres, and I do not know, nor does my client know, what the actual designation is going to be. Is it going to be the house? Is it going to be all of the property? Is it going to be part of the property? He actually needs to know that because he's hoping to develop this property in the future, and it's not an insignificant amount of money that he invested in this property. He actually had his project manager speak to the planning department on Tuesday. So when I'm saying we would like a deferral, this is not something that we're going to be sitting back and not moving forward with. This is active, moving forward with Upper Canadian consultants as well. The most important thing, though, is that I would draw to your attention that this property was listed in 2011, and now it's moved forward after 11 years. So what is the hurry? Why not do it properly, and why not do it cooperatively? That is what my client would like to do. There's various options that we can pursue. Important, as I've heard today through council and other members speak, important that parties have the opportunity to work together and to maximize the benefits for everyone. That's what my client would like to do. So I'm asking, therefore, that this matter be deferred, set back for further consultation, and that we come back at some other point. Hopefully, this matter will be resolved, and to everybody's benefit. I think at this point to proceed is going to be a huge detriment to my client. As I said, a significant amount of money involved, hopefully to plan it in the future for development. He doesn't even know how this is going to impact that development. When that's in place, you'll have a better idea of how to proceed with the city and with any other potential person who would like to develop the property with them at some point in time. So that's really what I'm asking for today, is some fairness on behalf of my client and the opportunity for him to work together with this council.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Are there any members of council who have questions? Your worship.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Young, for your presentation. Did you have an opportunity to review the report?
I did.
So you know that this is referred to as a rare, notable, and unique parcel of property in Fort Erie.
Yes, I did, Your Worship.
And you know that it has not only the architectural significance, but also the contextual significance because of the people who have owned the property over the last couple of centuries.
I understand that. And one point also is that your report has stated that you did not have an opportunity to go inside the property to assess it. That would be helpful as well in order to assess it.
The report seems to indicate that there's a fair number of photographs, including the interior of the property.
Yes, but when were those taken and who took them? So right now is the opportunity for someone to go and inspect the property, and you've actually made reference to it in the report. That I think is a deficiency as well.
Yeah, Your worship, go ahead.
Yeah, my understanding is that you've been on this file since April,
Of last year or this year?
or was it December of last year?
It was December, and I wanted to clarify something too, because I'm sure that this is going to come up, Your Worship, is that I was on the file, and I had corresponded with the city, and then I was advised that my involvement would end, and that the project manager would be taking over, and that they would be working with a planner to develop the property. So yes, I was on it, but I was then told not to proceed any further because it was moving forward with other parties.
Right, and if I might share, the project manager was actually managing what project?
This project, she's here today.
So when your client acquired the property, I presume that he was aware that it had been designated as having heritage significance?
Absolutely not. He did not know that, and that wasn't part of the search that was done before the property was purchased. And as well, Your Worship, there's no designation on the property to indicate that it was on the list. Not had it been designated, but it was on a list.
Okay. And you're probably not familiar with recent history with respect to how the Heritage Committee operates. They had at one point, up until recently, tried to work collaboratively with property owners. We ran into a bit of a difficulty a couple of years ago with respect to that. So there's been a bit of a change, and maybe your client's not aware of that either.
Well, I'm here to say, as I've said already, that my client is here to work cooperatively with the council and with the city and with the planning, and that's why he wants to have that opportunity to make some submissions.
If I might, Chair. So he's working cooperatively based on the two conditions that he had put forth in, I think, December?
No.
Which had been withdrawn?
They've been withdrawn only because what was going to happen, I was not involved with that any further. I was instructed to withdraw so that the planner and the project manager could continue to work with the city.
Well, I don't know how much of that was happening, but let me cut to the chase.
Please, Your Worship.
Your client's prepared to be cooperative as long as he gets what he wants.
That's not true. You're putting words in my mouth.
No. All right, I'm asking you that, so you're saying it's not true. That's fine. So he wants to be able to sever land from the parcel, correct?
That would be true.
And we don't know what he's doing with the building itself, but why couldn't that type of discussion take place after the property is designated?
Well, first of all, I'm not certain exactly what he's going to be doing, and also, he may not agree with it. He has that right to disagree, as we know, but he has the right also to work cooperatively with the council. So this is something, again, we're speculating upon. So let's get the planners to work with the city and see what we can do, Your Worship.
Well, we also have some obligations here as well, and they're not confined to one individual, they're confined to a community. I'm sure you appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Just a question. I'm going to ask it just because I think it should be asked, but I think I know what the answer is going to be already. The current owner is not planning on doing anything to the property that would lessen the historical value of the building or the property.
Not that I'm aware of, and certainly I would say this, is that if, again, through the collaborative and cooperative process, my client is open to all options. If it means that the property stays as is, or in some ways enhanced or changed in accordance with what was agreed upon, then that will happen. He is hopeful at some point, I think, to be able to sever the property and develop it. Whatever the conditions may be, he will work with the city to that end.
I guess to be quite blunt, there's no plan to basically take down the building.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Would you know if the owner of the property, if we did defer it, would be in agreement to agreeing that until the designation is decided upon, like if we do defer it, that he would not do anything?
Absolutely.
Untoward toward the property? Thank you.
Absolutely. Because essentially what you're asking is that we hold everything as is, stand down, find out how it's going to proceed, and then move forward. I believe that would be the question.
Yes.
Yes. So nothing's going to happen until this is resolved.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming forward. I'm just looking, I'm trying to figure out the timetable here and the timelines. Your client purchased the property in 2018?
No, I think it was about a year ago, was it not? September of last year.
September of last year?
That's correct.
All right, so all this communication that was going on with our town and the previous property owner was never relayed to the...
No. And actually, I asked that today because they had some questions. We didn't drive together, but that was one of the first questions that they asked me when they met me tonight was, because I closed the transaction on his behalf. And he said, did you know anything about that? And I said, absolutely not. And I said, did you know anything about it? And he said, absolutely not. So no one knew anything about it. At least I personally did not. And to answer your question with respect to searches, for example, most likely when you retain a lawyer, they are going to obtain title insurance. So title insurance, as you may know, covers certain searches and costs that would be borne by a purchaser. In lieu of doing that, you pay a premium. And as such, since I didn't know, he didn't know, there was no other further investigation. And so he relies upon that fact as well.
Did you call the lawyer from the other, from the seller and ask why they didn't inform you of all the designations?
I have not personally. And it's not designated yet, it's on a list. I think that should be corrected as well.
Pardon me?
You should remember it was on a list since 2011. It has not been designated yet. That's the issue.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay,
Right.
yeah, no, it hasn't been designated, but the correspondence. Did you ask the other lawyer why they didn't tell you about all this correspondence?
No, I have not, because they've been focusing on, since they learned of the designation, they've been focusing on trying to resolve this, and that's why they've retained a project manager and also consulting, Upper Canada Consulting's planners.
So you haven't contacted, well, like, yeah,
And
you haven't
it wouldn't make
contacted
any
the other
difference.
lawyer, so.
Sorry, it wouldn't make any difference anyways, because
Yeah.
his obligation ends at the time of the transfer of the property,
Yeah.
and maybe even before that. He's not on the hook to answer my questions, to provide me with further information. It is buyer beware, so I have no recourse against him, nor does my client as well.
Yeah, but you could still ask, right?
I could still ask.
Yeah,
I haven't
yeah.
done it. If
Yeah,
you want, I
okay,
could.
Yeah, yeah. Now, you said that you were retained to be part of the project from the new owner?
Yes.
what would the project entail?
So originally I was, okay, so we have to clarify that. Originally, I was retained to close the transaction, and then once he learned about the heritage list and possible designation, I believe I wrote maybe 2 letters to the planning department for the city. And thereafter, because it's not my expertise to do planning, my client hired a project manager, and then the project manager was dealing with the city. So I had a limited role with respect to that. And as you note from the material that was filed earlier today, and I think you might have read it, and we do have it as a presentation, there was some miscommunication between the planner, the project manager, and I believe Ms. Richardson is no longer here. So things fell through the crack. We had COVID, as we all know. We've had difficulties just even communicating with people. So that is the real crux of the problem. But I think really what you should be asking yourself is this: what's the hurry? If, as the council member has indicated, that my client undertakes not to do anything with that property until we have the matter resolved in some manner, then there's no downside. We defer this and come back, and everyone is going to be happy. It's the best way to proceed, I believe.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but when I look at the report here and I look at what our Heritage Committee was doing, they've been doing this for years. So I don't see where the hurry is on our end. We're not hurrying because we've been doing this for a few years now. It might feel a little bit rushed for you, but they've been doing this for a few years.
Absolutely, sir. And we're at the end of the line, I guess you could say this, because now he's bought the property and has come to the forefront. But as you can see, it's been on the list since 2011. So as I said, I don't think... Right.
So there's no rush?
There's no rush. I don't think there's any rush.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking you to defer it so that we can work together and come up with a plan.
I just, still going back to the project, you said you were hired
to close the real estate
part of the project, and I'm just curious as to what the project is.
Oh, so I can't really comment on that. I might have misspoken. When I said the project, what I'm saying, I was hired to complete the real estate transaction, and I wrote 2 letters on behalf of my client. And after that, my client said to me, which is right, he says, "Chris, you're not an expert in this area. I'm going to hire a project manager, and I'm going to hire the planner." And I was very happy that that happened, and that's what's happened since then.
Yeah, so they got a project manager?
Yes.
And a planner?
Yes.
For the project?
That's correct. And I don't know anything more about that.
Now you're back on the project?
I'm not back on the project. I'm here because they've asked me to make this presentation. So that's the reason why I'm here. But I'm not on the project. I'm here for this today.
Okay. Now, did you discuss anything with them about what the mayor mentioned of doing both of these simultaneously? You want to sever the property, you want to do this, you want to do that, and then still maintain the, still move forward with the heritage designation?
Okay, I'll be honest to you with respect to this point, because I don't really like to bind people, but it is my understanding that my client is prepared to keep that house. How that happens, what happens to it, is something that we don't know. And that's what I'm asking for his ability to have some input into it. Does that include all of the land? Like, does someone come up with an answer to that? Does that mean that if it's designated, then he sunk a significant amount of money in a property that can never be developed again? That's another issue. Like, what does it mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't know that we need to defer everything while we're doing that. We can, because there's still some things that need to happen for the designation. We're not finished with that just because we approve it tonight. There's still steps that have to be taken.
But what are you approving? That's the question. I don't have the answer.
Forward with the designation. On our end, we approve it, and then there's an appeal period. Your client can appeal.
I respect what you're saying, but the problem is that he doesn't know what that designation is going to do. Does it mean that the house is designated? Does it mean that the house and the land is designated? He would be hopeful that if there is consultation with the town, that you're looking at the property, the house itself, and the other the surrounding property, whatever is agreed upon, could be developed at some point. I think that's really the crux of it.
Yeah.
But just to say today that we're going to designate it, he doesn't really know the consequence of that, and I think that's very unfair. And he should have that opportunity to speak to it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but from my experience through appeal process and the OMB and the land tribunal, those issues will get worked out through the tribunal, or the appeal process in the tribunal. And what gets designated, what doesn't get designated, will all come out in the report at the end of the appeal.
Again.
So if your client wants to keep a piece of property to develop, then the appeal process will allow that to happen or won't allow that to happen.
Again, I don't think you have to spend the money and the effort in order to do that. If you had an opportunity to speak with my client and the planner, because really what you may be doing is wasting your taxpayers' dollars on something that could probably be resolved without that. That's why I'm here, to help you as well as to help my client.
Yeah, but it sounds to me, if you're asking for the deferral so that you can have time to convince us not to designate it?
No.
Is that what you're asking for?
No, I'm asking for time for my client to find out what the designation is going to mean. Also, to have input into how, through the planning process, how that's going to impact the development, potential development in the future. He should have that opportunity to be able to figure that out. And then, if it takes a month or if it takes 2 months, what's the difference? It's been 11 years. So he's here with his project manager, and he's hired a consultant. He wants to move forward, and he wants to work cooperatively with the city.
Yeah, but won't your client
Councillor Lubberts, we're going to be dealing with the report later.
Yeah, but won't your client be in the same position before the designation and after the designation? He'll be in the same position, wouldn't he not?
I don't know, because we haven't had the opportunity to make that presentation. Maybe it'll be completely different. You're again making a conclusion without his input, which is unfair, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, that's all for me.
All right, thank you. I did have some questions, but...
Before you do that, can we move to...
Oh, yeah, can we move to extend the curfew to 11:30? Can I get a mover and a... Oh, your worship's moving that. So dare I call the question? All those in favor? I guess that carries. Was there anyone else? I had a couple questions that I wanted to raise with Mr. Young. I just wanted to check to see if any other members of council. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Young. You've mentioned a number of times this evening that your clients want to work with the municipality and kind of collaborate on the future of this property. What would prevent that from happening if we designated the property?
Well, again, we're getting into an appeal process, as your co-counsel has indicated. I think the problem with that is that now you've made a designation, it's a fait accompli. I think he has the right to be able to have some input, and then you make that decision, because I think everybody should have the right to input when they own property. What you really are doing is you're making a decision for him without his input on a significant amount of investment and a significant amount of property, 3.2 acres.
And Mr. Young, what year did your client purchase the property?
Last year, last September.
Were you the lawyer who was...
I was.
So you didn't contact the municipality to find out that one of our most historic buildings in town was part of our heritage list?
I had no idea that was the most historical property in town. I do own a house here, but I don't spend a lot of time in Fort Erie.
I didn't grow up in Fort Erie, and I'm aware of what the Grange is. Perhaps your clients may want to discuss that with you, because I would have... well, I'm speaking for myself here. I would have done things differently. Now, you mentioned a number of times potential development, severing. Are you familiar with the history that we've had with similar claims that have been made about heritage properties in this municipality by other owners? Any of the history, any of the backstory, any of the rides that we've been taken on, any of the similar stories we've heard?
No, I'm not familiar with your rides, your stories, and everything else. I'm familiar with what's in my general knowledge, and that's not part of it.
And I appreciate that. And I would hope you can also appreciate the position that we're in here as councillors who are trying to protect our built heritage and the value they bring to our community and how important they are, and the challenges we've seen with some other significant heritage properties in our municipality that have been left to deteriorate, that have been left to rot, fall apart, because individuals purchased these properties knowing they were heritage properties, and then, for better or worse, had other plans and tried to force those plans to go through. So do you maybe understand why councillors are a little weary about wanting to defer something like this when so much is on the line and so much is at stake?
Certainly, I can understand that. On the other hand, each person is an individual. Each application, each development, everything has to be done on an individual basis. You can't paint everybody with the same brush, and you can't denigrate somebody who wants to go through a process, which I feel should be fair. That's the other point that I like to bring up. A fair process is something that may result in a situation in which everyone, through a cooperative process, will be happy.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Young. Do you believe that it would be fair that if council exercised their power, which they are entitled to do, to designate this property, do you not feel that it would be fair for your client to have an opportunity to appeal that at the Ontario Land Tribunal?
Certainly, but as I said, as I answered Mr. Lubberts, I feel that it's a prejudice to have it designated and then have to go through an appeal process. I feel that my client has the right to deal with this before that happens, have his input put in, and then on the record, because you need to remember that when you go to an appeal, there is absolutely, and almost every time, a record that is prepared with documentation. Right now, you don't have anything from my client. That would prejudice him on an appeal. So, put it back to planning, let my client get involved. If he fails and you designate it, it's on the record. He has a record to appeal from. Right now, he has none. So from a legal point of view, strictly legal point of view, I would suggest that that is a strong argument for deferral.
And I appreciate that, and I'm going to go to his worship in 1 second because I think he wanted to bring up a point about that. But I trust you understand that we're representatives of the members in our community, and we act on behalf of what members of our community want, and that it's basically we answer to them, not to a judge, not to a lawyer or any of that. We answer to the constituents who put us here, and they have very strong feelings about this property and the need for it to be protected, and concerned that it may be lost due to development. So do you understand why we have this and why why there is a report on our agenda to proceed with designation, regardless of the input of the owner, and considering it was on that list since 2011 and you bought it in 2018?
I totally agree with what you said. On the other hand, what I would say is this, is that if you want to make a decision of some sort, would you not like to have it to be perceived to be a fair decision and to have the landowner have the ability to make representation as part of that process? Because then, if you do make that decision and you are successful ultimately in having it designated, it was done properly. And what I'm asking, therefore, is that my client have the opportunity to make sure this goes through properly and that he has the opportunity to make submissions. He may lose, he may win, or they may be a draw. But at this point, I don't know because he hasn't been able to present that. And that's what I'm asking for fairness. And it's also for the community. Would you like the community to feel that property rights may be decided by council without any input?
I don't think anyone's taking away his property.
Not taking away,
He still
but
owns it.
It still restricts the ability to deal with it. I actually do own a heritage property myself in Thorold on Front Street, and it was designated an apartment building. So I understand, and I have difficulties trying to to develop it and to sell it as well.
Was it designated before or after you purchased it?
It was designated afterwards. The Masonic Lodge. That's why it was designated.
So, fair enough. Your worship.
Yeah, just to be clear, Mr. Young, you recently received correspondence from the town's lawyer that deals with heritage matters, Callum Shedden.
That's correct.
And Callum Shedden, in the second paragraph, states, and it's part of this report before us this evening, as you are aware, there is no obligation on a municipality to consult with the property owner prior to considering the designation of property under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. You agree with that?
I agree with that to the point that maybe the legislation says that, but is your process not to allow people who own the property to participate? That is another question.
Mr. Shedden also addresses that at the end of his letter when he says, this is a letter you received, the town has met and exceeded its statutory obligations with respect to the designation process under the Ontario Heritage Act and will continue to do so as this matter proceeds to council. So he's addressed that.
True.
So we're obligated, as you know, to follow the statute, not to follow whatever process your client may want us to follow.
Well, again, Mr. Mayor, and I don't have the answer for this, but maybe someone can advise me. So if it wasn't this particular property, and someone who owned a property was served a notice by the municipality or the town that it may be a heritage designation, from practice, do you usually have the owner come forward and make some submissions?
Well, just to be clear, your client was communicated with and has owned the property for over a year. You've indicated this evening that there's a project of some sort that's going on. Does the town staff know what the project is?
That's it. And there was a...
So there's been lots of opportunity then, I would suggest, Chair. There's been opportunity for discussion so that your client can put forward what it is he wants to do. So this isn't as if we're in a vacuum here and your client has been shut out from communicating with the municipality. That's not the case.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the problem with that is that, as you may know, there's been a slow process for everything that you've been dealing with municipalities, cities, planners, everybody. Trying to hire someone, trying to get anything off the ground is very difficult. Things are opened up again and we're moving forward. But it's in the works, so.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Councillor Lubberts, I'll go to you briefly because you took a very long time before, and I just want to keep the evening moving along, so go ahead quickly,
okay,
please.
Thank you. And thank you very much. Since you are back now on the project,
now back on the project.
Retained by your client, I'm assuming that you've read the Heritage Designation Act?
I have.
Yeah, so you're aware of how it's done?
I am, and I'm aware of the appeal process, etc. But again, I'm not, you keep saying I'm on the project. I'm not on the project. I haven't been on the project.
You're retained?
No. I'm here today. I'm retained today.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing more.
For this report?
For this report, for this presentation today. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, okay. So you're aware of the Heritage Act?
I am.
And how the process goes?
I am.
And you're aware that the municipality can do it without the owner's consent?
I'm also...
To register?
Yes, and also aware that...
Councillor Lubberts, the mayor just brought that up. I appreciate where you're going with that, but it's been a long night.
Yeah.
There's one other point, though.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, but I think I have the right to ask questions as well.
I am
As the
chair.
mayor.
I am chair, and I'm trying to move this meeting along. It's 11:09.
Yes. Okay. And so, in the report here, it says that if the designation process, if council recommends we move forward with the designation, then staff will prepare a notice in the newspaper. And you're aware of that as well, right?
I'm aware of that, but you should be reading the last paragraph, last couple of sentences. It says that there's an option to defer as well. And that was from your own planning department. So your own planning department is given that option.
Yes, at the last part of the paragraph that says that if there is if there is an objection during the 30-day period after we do the designation, then we end up at the land tribunal. So we are going through the process in the proper manner. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to give a legal comment on something and what you're doing or not doing. What I am going to say again is this, is that my client would like the opportunity to participate before the designation takes place. There's an explanation on why there was a delay. You have received my notes and summary, which was submitted before 11 o'clock. I assume you understand that the project manager had communication with the town. That dropped. She left, and there was a period of time when no one was communicating. My client, Mr. Montemiro, did not get the notices either. And that's not the fault of him. It's not the fault of me. It's not the fault of the planner. And I'm not even saying it's the fault of the city. What I am saying is circumstances. What I'm requesting, again, is my client to have the opportunity to participate. That's all I'm requesting. And then, considering the fact that it's been 11 years, what is the hurry if we wait another 2 or 3 months? That's the real question.
Yeah, I don't think we're hurrying at all, so thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
So Chair, on a point of order,
Yes.
I've consulted with the CAO, and there are a number of reports that need to be dealt with this evening. We have had delegations with respect to reports PDS 57 and 58, and I wonder if we could move those up and deal with them now. And the other two reports, one is with, I think they're both with corporate services. So I wonder if we could deal with PDS 57 and PDS 58 now.
50, sorry, say that again, Your Worship?
PDS 57 and PDS 58. I would move that we deal with those now.
Yeah, and if I can get my agenda back up that has disappeared on me, I'd be happy to do that. Just give me 1 second.
Here, take mine.
I usually do it digitally. It's not coming up. Yeah.
Oh, you need, yeah, okay.
But the digital one is not working for some reason. Okay, so yeah, with regard to that, we will move up PDS 57.
Do you want to vote on that?
Oh, pardon me?
Do you wanna
Oh,
vote on that?
do we have to vote on the,
I think we do, because we're changing the agenda, so I think we should vote on PDS 57, moving up PDS 57 and PDS 58.
thank you for that, Your Worship. So I'll call the question then. All those in agreement to move those up? So that passes. Thank you for that, Your Worship. So I will... This is what happens when you... I want to thank my fellow councillors. I'm having computer issues, and I'm normally not the one who does. It's kind of embarrassing. So can I get a mover for PDS 57? Your Worship? So that's the Lions Sugar Bowl Park. Any questions, comments? Your Worship.
I had one question, and then that relates to the presentation that we received a couple of weeks ago with respect to the possibility of constructing a pavilion as part of this. Is that part of this project, or is that something that's going to be dealt with separately?
I believe it's separate, but Ms. Hanson, is it separate? Is that a good enough? Okay, it is separate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any other questions or comments from council? So I'll call the question then. All those in favor? So PDS 57 passes. So that moves us on to PDS 58. That is the intent to designate one Burns Place. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Zanko. Any questions or comments from council? Your Worship.
I'd like to hear from Ms. Hanson if she's prepared to comment on this.
Ms. Hanson?
So we've heard from the delegation by Mr. Young that at some point things fell through the cracks and there was a lack of communication between staff and the owner of the property. Do you have any comment on that?
Ms. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Redekop. We do have a timeline of all the activities that did take place. We have looked back through Ms. Richardson's email and letters that were sent. Our records indicate that there were letters sent in 2020 to a property owner, and again, November of 2021. There was apparently a letter sent to the town in December of 2021. We have no record of that. I've gone through Ms. Richardson's email and I cannot find it. And then Mr. Young reached out again in April of 2022. So there was a lapse because there was no communication. We had not received the communication that was sent to us.
If I might, Chair, so something must have prompted the communication or the letter from our lawyer, Callum Shedden, to Mr. Young?
There has been quite a bit of communication that has taken place in the past month. We did make Mr. Young aware June 24th that there was a report going to council on July 11th. At that point, Mr. Young asked if we could defer that report until there was time that we could meet with the property owner's representative. And there was quite a bit of communication that has happened since then. A number of meetings dates set that for one reason or another we couldn't hold the meeting, and finally we met on August the 2nd. So last Tuesday we met with the owner's representative.
And do you know what the project is that's being proposed?
I have not seen it. Apparently, there was a meeting between Ms. Delwaria and the owner's project manager with respect to a potential project. I'm not familiar with what that is, though.
And if I may, Chair, do you know what the extent of the designation would be? Is it the entire property, including the buildings on the property?
So in reviewing the heritage attributes that have been identified by the committee, they're not saying the entire property, but they do say that they do mention that the house is set back from the street in a landscape of mature trees. So that's been identified as a heritage attribute. They also mention that the driveway approach entering the premises is very important. So that would be a heritage attribute. So my interpretation, and then they wish to designate the entire house as well as the annex structure on the west side of the house. So from my interpretation of what the Heritage Committee is looking for, they feel that the landscape around the house is very important, including the driveway approach.
And the two buildings?
And the two buildings, yes.
Okay. And is there any reason why discussions couldn't take place with the owner following a designation by this council that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of any reason why discussions couldn't take place after designation.
Okay, and then Chair, I have a question of the clerk.
Certainly, Your Worship.
Is this a situation where if we don't designate this property prior to August the 18th, we're not going to be able to until the next council is seated?
No, Your Worship, it's not.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to support this. I think it's important that we support this. I don't think there's any reason why the owner cannot continue to have dialogue with our staff. There's an indication that there may be some potential for some part of the property to be severed. I mean, at one point, this parcel would have included, I'm believing, everything back on Lindbergh Drive. So that wouldn't be unusual, but it seems to me that we have an obligation, now that we've decided that we're going to protect our built heritage as well as our natural heritage, I believe we have an obligation to move forward. I don't see any reason why we would delay. It certainly doesn't prejudice the property owner. According to our own lawyer, we've followed the process, and I'm quite content that we do that and then have discussions with the property owner afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship.
That's my position.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. I'm going to be on the other side of that issue in that I know that we can, but the question is, should we? I don't particularly see a problem with delaying it so there can be more discussion in exactly to what is going to be designated and what's not, because then it would allow the owner to decide whether he wants to appeal or not. And I kind of agree with the lawyer saying once you've designated, it's hard to, you're fighting against, you're kind of like on the wrong side of the issue. It appears to be when you're going to court, you want to change something back. I think our past practice has been to engage the owner as much as we possibly can. We haven't forced. I can't remember us forcing a designation on any property that I can recall. I know that we can. I don't think we've ever have when they own.
We did once.
Have we?
Yeah, we have.
I know the one on Ridge Road, but that was already designated.
Beside the high school.
Oh, the high school. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one we did.
Okay, but that, okay, Ridgeway High School, right?
Beside the high school.
Beside the high school.
Was it
Oh, that building,
577?
okay, the owner, okay. All right, I remember that one now. But, but it doesn't change my mind that this person has only owned the property for 11 months. I don't hear from staff that there's any concern that he wants to do anything untoward, that they're working forward on this. There has been a lot of delay in things. I don't know if there was a lack of disclosure when he bought the property or not, but that's not for us to decide. And I think this is something that we could defer, even for let's say a month, and revisit it, and then hopefully have a win-win. I would hate to send the message to the public that, we're going to take the hard line on this and kind of put the owner and us at odds with each other. I think there probably is room for a mutual agreement to happen, so it's a win-win, as opposed to, it looks like we're on opposite sides of the issue. I don't hear that they're on the opposite side of the issue. I hear they need clarification on exactly what we're designating and what they could still do with the property.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Councillor Zanko, did you have your hand raised? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support this, but I would not be opposed to extending a month, just so there is some conversations between the owner and staff. I also agree with Councillor Noyes, 1 month isn't going to harm anything. So, but I do want to make it very clear that I do support staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Zanko. Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Signe, just to go through the process that the committee uses, I'm reading here that one of the ways that they can identify a property is committee initiated without owner's consent. So my question is, would the committee be reviewing properties for designation, and then during that process of reviewing, would they notify the owner at that time that they're reviewing, or would they just notify the owner when they decide to make the recommendation to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Lubberts, the process the committee typically follows is they perform their evaluation, and if a property warrants designation, they'll reach out to the property owner to try to meet and have a discussion about that. That is what they attempted to do in this case as well, with the letters that they sent after they performed their evaluation in 2018. They did attempt to contact the property owner on 2 occasions, once in 2020 and once in 2021. When they received the letter from Mr. Young, the April 6th and April 7th letters that included the December letter, it was evident in the letters that the property owner was not supportive of designation. So I believe they felt that they were clear on the property owner's feelings about designation. It said that in the letters. They were not supportive. So they contemplated that, and they elected to move forward with a recommendation to council regardless of that.
So the timeline, we followed the timeline that's normal. The committee notified, they objected.
I don't know that there's a normal timeline, but there's a normal process and normal steps.
Yeah.
And I believe that they followed those
So the
normal
owner,
steps.
the present owner of the property has shown their view that they do not consent to the
Yes, and-
designation. So that process is done, it's over with. So now we move forward to the next step, which is at council. So now council has to decide whether we're going to go with the recommendation of the committee or not. Is that correct?
Yes, the committee did reach out to the property owner, which is their normal process. The owner's representative did respond that the owner wasn't supportive.
Yeah.
And withdrew the 2 offers for consideration. And now the committee has made a recommendation to council, and it's up to council now to decide whether that property should be designated or not.
Yeah, so under the Heritage Designation Act, there's no obligation to the municipality to sit down and actually negotiate with the owner. We just do it. If they object, they got 30 days to appeal. Same process as a rezoning or.
You are correct in that, and we did reach out to our solicitor that works with us on heritage matters to confirm what our obligation was with respect to consultation of the property owner, and his letter, as Mayor Redekop pointed out, is attached as an appendix to this report.
Yeah, but under the act, are we obligated to do that? But we did that anyway, right?
Under the act, we're not obligated, but it is the committee's practice to try to reach out to the.
Courtesy.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do like to communicate with the property owners.
So if we move forward with approving this tonight, we didn't circumvent any of the requirements through the act. Is that correct?
That would be correct. We're not obligated.
Okay, thank you.
As the appendix shows.
Thank you.
Before I go back to you, Councillor Noyes, I just want to check. Councillor McDermott, are you good? You have anything you want to add? Because Councillor Noyes has her hand up again. I just want to. Okay, Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, I'm just going to talk very briefly. I don't think it's a fair representation to say that the owner is not in favor of the designation. I think it was pretty clear from his representation tonight through his lawyer that he is definitely willing to consider it, but he just needs more information on exactly what's being designated. So I don't think it's a fair representation to say, he said no, so, do what you want to do. That's not the feeling I got tonight. I am going to move that we defer this for 1 month, and hopefully in that 1 month, they can get together, the planning staff and the owner to decide whether, and if we're still back at this point, I would support the designation, but I think 1 month to really is not going to hurt anything, and it might be a win-win.
So that would be for the September 12th Council Committee meeting? Is that the day? Okay. So any questions, comments with regard to the timing? So I'll call the question then. All those in favor? I think this is going to be, opposed. And I'm going to vote against. So this is defeated.
So, Chair,
Your Worship.
just so that it's clear, when Ms. Hanson says that the owner was opposed to the property, she's referring to the content of the letter of December 10th, 2021 from Mr. Young to the town, where it states, "My client does not agree that the property should be designated as heritage property. My client is, however, prepared to cooperate in the property's designation provided one of the 2 options are agreed upon." And then he goes through what those options are. 1, the dwelling would be designated as heritage property with the town of Fort Erie to cooperate with the town of Fort Erie to cooperate in severing the remaining lands from the dwelling. Or 2, my client is prepared to sell the property in its entirety to the town of Fort Erie for a negotiated and agreed upon price. So that's exactly what Ms. Hanson is referring to. You can sit down, Mr. Young.
The only thing.
You can sit down,
Mr. Young, you don't have the floor right now.
All right, I just wanted to point out.
Mr. Young.
The property is not owned by my client. And that's a very big difficulty.
Your Worship, is
Letters
there anything
dated
else?
December the 10th, 2021.
Anything else, Your Worship?
No.
Okay.
So there
Okay.
there's this report, there's 2 corporate services reports. I don't know, did you say you're?
I'm leaving.
Yeah, okay, so,
We'll still have quorum. I think.
yeah. So let's deal with this one.
Okay. I think we've had enough discussion about this, and we need to move through the evening. So I'm going to call the question on the PDS 58 to designate 1 Burns Place. All those in favor? So that's going to be unanimous. Thank you.
Chair, I know that Councillor Zanko's whipped, and I suspect most of us are. I'm advised by the CAO that the annual financial policy report should be dealt with this evening. It's got some budget amendments that we would need to deal with before the year end, and actually are going to put us in a position where if we don't deal with it tonight, we're not going to be able to deal with it. And the staffing composition, I think we also should try to deal with. So I'm going to move that we extend till midnight to try to get these done. Can we
Those
vote
are
on
under
that?
corporate, I believe.
Yeah, but can we vote on this?
Yes.
The extension?
Yes, that's right. So till midnight. All those in favor? Opposed? It carries. Have a great night, Kim.
Chair, I note that PDS 19, which is the first item on your agenda, there's a memo that requests that report be deferred to September the 12th, 2022 in any event.
So PDS 19, that's already on the floor. Do you want to move that we postpone that until September 12th?
Yes.
Okay, so any questions with regard to timing? I don't think so. It's right in the memo. I'll call the question then on postponing that to September 12th. All those in favor? That carries, so we got that checked off, Your Worship.
So then, Chair, I think we should defer the balance of your reports, which would be 23-1-2022, 23-2022, 34-1-2022, and 34-2022 to the next council meeting, which is August the 22nd.
Any questions with regard to timing? Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much, Your Worship. I hand the chair back to you.
Thank you. Then that takes us to infrastructure services. There are no reports, so there's nothing for us to defer, so we're going to go past that. Councillor Noyes, and we're going to go to corporate services. And Councillor McDermott, I'm going to suggest that we deal with CS 14 and CS 11, 2022. Actually, those are the only two items. So you have the floor.
And you're waiting on the new business inquiry?
Yeah, no, we're gonna keep going. Yep. So I'm handing the floor to you for corporate and community services, hopefully to do CAO 14, and if we can get to CS 11, that'd be great.
Okay, so we're now in session, corporate and community services, no presentations, no delegations. Could I have a mover for CAO 14, 2022? Councillor Dubanow? Any comments or questions? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. I'm going to be in support of this. I think the amount of work, the increase in population, the increase in, I think we've seen report after report after report in the last few months about how busy the staff is and how many more reports and how much more demands that are made on them. The good news is that we're growing. And then the bad news is that we need more staff to do it, and I mean that in the nicest way, is that it does come with the expense. Growth does come with a cost, and we have to recognize that, as opposed to, stretching ourselves so thin that we may not be doing the job that we would like to do. Thank you.
Anyone else? Your Worship.
Yeah, just to point out that two of these three reports, positions that are referred to in the report specifically relate to planning issues, and we all know that that is something that, we have difficulty in terms of the amount of work, and B, we have difficulty in terms of attracting the staff that we need in order to process all of that work. Both of these positions will help immensely. We just had before us Ms. Hanson, who has taken on a tremendous workload, as have all of the other planners. We're very fortunate that they're so committed and dedicated. Much of these costs will be paid for through fees that are charged through the planning department, and that's exactly what those fees should be utilized for. So I along with Councillor Noyes, also support this.
Any further? All in favor? Carried. I have a mover for CS 11-2022. Councillor Dubanow? Comments or questions? Your worship.
Sure. The only question that I had related to the reference to establishing an affordable housing community improvement plan reserve fund, but I didn't see that there was any specific sum of money being allocated to it at this time. Is that correct? Or does the money that we've already received, as an example, for the community benefits for Compass Heights, is that money that would go into this fund?
Anyone else?
We can get an answer.
Yeah, sure.
I'm looking at Jonathan there.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor, to the Mayor Redekop.
You're sleeping over there.
This follows a supplementary item that was in the 2022 budget, which did allocate an amount. I'm thinking it was $250,000, if my memory serves me correct. So this is just establishing the reserve to allocate those funds. We do expect a PDS report to come forward to outline and propose what that program will all look like, but this is creating the reserve to hold those funds.
So just to follow that, so the money that we would be receiving eventually from the Compass Heights development, this is where that money would go?
I think that'll be identified in that report that follows, what types of sources of revenue. Right now, that $250,000 is the only allocation we've identified from the levy.
Well, the community benefit decision specifically indicates that that money is to be utilized for affordable housing. So I presume that'll be this.
That would make sense, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? All in favor? Carry. We move on to new business acquired?
Well, there was one, yeah, I think we'll do
one
that.
more?
And then we can, yeah, we'll do that, and then I guess we can.
Okay. Where am I here? CS 11, 2022, are we going with that?
Done.
Move it?
You already did it.
Okay, so then we can move to the next one then,
We can move to new business.
to the memo. Okay. So, the response to inquiries from Mayor Redekop. Want to speak to that?
You want to speak to that?
Sure.
What we usually do is just make reference to it. I don't think it's
To respond.
necessary to read this. You can simply paraphrase it.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair. So I was directed to meet with Mr. T-Bear at the Fort Erie Racetrack just to discuss some of the issues that were brought forward. We've got some good background information. It's an outstanding issue from 2017. So we are looking at bringing some of that information forward to AMO next week in our discussion with the Ministry of Finance, as outlined in the memo. Happy to answer any questions.
Can I comment to that? Sure. Since I'm not going to be there. I just want to say that, you know, we've dealt with this on numerous occasions up to, and I think the last time we dealt with this was when Finance Minister Sousa was in town. And this nonsense at Woodbine started again after it had stopped for a period of time. If we don't get the horses that would ordinarily come to us 2 or 3 times a year, we never make our cards. And it's very difficult to make any money from a gambling aspect, and it really hurts the betting. You know, it is a true restriction of trade that they're doing this. And they've crept up on us for many, many years. From the time that they give us the bee meat, they run bee horse races there. And it's just out and out sheer greed when you really think about it. And it doesn't matter how the board is set up, Woodbine always has the upper hand. So it's like the fox in the hen house. We're all one group, but one has more say. And until the day comes that they don't, places like ours with the historic value that we're always talking about our heritage, well, this is part of our heritage. And I think we have to make it very clear to the minister that, you know, this is just nonsense. Woodbine is a very wealthy outfit, and they grow more wealthy every day. Our slots are probably sitting up there, and they're enjoying the money from the benefits of the slots that left here. So, you know, I just liken it to all the different aspects of the province, whether it be healthcare or whether it be this. And we shouldn't allow that to happen. And I think even the former government, you know, they saw value in what we were saying because it had stopped for a while. And then they started up again, and then they start stepping up. And I just, for the life of me, I don't understand that reasoning. The wealthy get wealthier. And, you know, these poor guys that are struggling with their bee horses just to make a living are paying the price for that. And it's not right. So I think we have to be passionate that, you know, this track's got to continue. It's done a good job up to this year. I mean, everything's been good. Even during COVID, they made lots of money. But now it's going to be a struggle again. And, you know, I think we just got to take a hard line and just say this is just not acceptable. Your Worship.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct, and it affects more than just Fort Erie. It affects an agricultural industry, because this does have an impact on breeding stock if they're restricting purses. It also has then an impact on all the farmers that provide food and services for the horse industry, and it has an impact on some of the professionals that are engaged in it. So it has much broader implications. We're obviously concerned about our track because, as you say, it's part of our heritage. But we had the former government understanding the significance of what Woodbine was doing. Now Woodbine has, as you say, come back. They're up to their same old tricks. We'll have to get the current government to understand what the stakes are here, because the current government is actually fairly well represented in the rural parts of this province, which is what this actually hits on. So that's the message that we'll be taking. We've got lots of background material with respect to this, and I'm pleased that Mr. McQueen has, at our request, reached out to the owners of the track here.
So anybody else have anything under new business? Okay, and business status report? Okay, Your Worship, back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. Scheduling of meetings. Councillor Dubanow, would you like to adjourn us at 11:42?
Your Worship, I will happily move that we adjourn at 11:42. I just wish it was a little earlier.
All those in favor? That is carried.